Your mind, starting live. Watch out, they are coming to find you.
Warning, you're mine.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members and the fans of the TCSEL Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the TCSE Sports League. It is Monday, it is the evening, and as you might know, that's where this incredible league will now come to its conclusion on our final match day of this season here, Bacon. It has been a long road to get down Season 6, and everything still comes down to the last day. I'm the Eternal J. I'm, of course, joined by Digital Bacon, as per usual, as per standard, to close out another season here at the TCSE Sports League. What a journey it's been so far, and still for a lot of teams today, the journey is not decided just yet.
Yeah, the only sort of 2 categories of decision making that has been done is basically that Vision Gaming and Mindsanity are confirmed to be in that relegation zone. We don't know who yet is, of course, auto-demoted. And then LetiX and Ira Legacy are finding on out in that sort of mid-table. They'll be going to the promotion playoffs, but in what position, who knows? So still very exciting that so much is up for grabs going into the very last 5 matches.
And of course, that does mean that the coconut is slightly salty. Edelweiss, Sparks, Sir, and Lawsan have everything to play for. Those first 3 names biting for the top end of the table, and Lawsan, Sir, and Sparks looking to try and avoid the relegation and claim those that last spot in the top 6 overall. So every match is important today, especially for those squads involved. And, well, what a set of games we'll have for you coming up today. We'll kick things off with My Insanity and Vision Gaming. Of course, you couldn't get much better than the bottom of the table result. Both teams still winless going into our last match day, and the winner of which will end up evading the auto-relegation. So both teams, a very important match to start things off today. Swiss Incredible Rebels are taking on the Spark side that may or may not define who is going to be in that top 6, who is going to be going down to the relegation format. Slightly salty up against Ira Legacy as well. That's going to be a bit of a throwaway for the Ira Legacy guys, since they're guaranteed in 4th, 5th, or 6th. But slightly salty again, looking to try and overtake the Coconutters, who are taking on LetTX as the other throwaway squad in the top end of the table. If Coconutters take that series win, especially if it's a 3-0, I can see that becoming a first place position immediately for those guys. And of course, first place being hunted for by Edelweiss are in that bottom end of the top 3 as they take on Lausanne in our final matchup of the day, Bacon.
So just to confirm on that, Coconut is, if they get a 3-1 victory, that is confirmed. They're top of the table. There is no way, because of that game differential, that they can be dislodged, because we go game differential first and then the head-to-head if the two teams are drawn on game differential. So at a 3-2, that means Slightly Salty can't take the top, because Coconuts beat Slightly Salty, but at 3-2, saying that Edelweiss 3-0 Lausanne as well, by the way, in both cases. And a 3-2, and Edelweiss 3-0 Lausanne, then Edelweiss take that top spot. So Coconut is right there. The ball is in their court. They're sort of like, they've got the advantage right now. So 3-1 against LetTX is going to be a difficult match, because LetTX currently sitting in 4th and are guaranteed to be 4th by the end of this. So I mean, they could slide up to 3rd if things go horribly wrong, I do believe, for one of those two teams in Slightly Salty and Edelweiss, of course. But yeah, right now, Coconut is looking pretty good to finally dislodge Edelweiss / Servette Geneva as the top team going into the LAN finals and playoffs.
Well, we're bringing you all the details of the tiebreakers as the day rolls on. I think Bacon summed it up pretty handily over there in that first tiebreaker scenario. The second one's going to be a little bit more complicated, but again, we'll get to that as we get to that. For now, I want to get started on our first matchup of the day between Vision Gaming Economist and Mind Sanity. Both teams, there is no real complicated nature about this. You win, you stay in for relegations. You lose, you're out of the TCS Esports League for this season. So for both sides, the important victory here is about beating this respective squad. Doesn't matter by what margin, it's just a case of getting the win here, Bacon. So for both teams, it's a very important matchup. And they could have evaded this at certain points. I know you've had a lot of faith in this Vision Gaming side, but in the last couple of weeks, when they've had that chance to get those good victories in against the likes of Sir and Ira Legacy, especially against the Ira Legacy side, they haven't been able to do it. So if they had just gotten 1 or 2 games a bit differently, it would have been in a bit of a better situation here by comparison to Mind Sanity.
It would indeed. And like, I had I lost the bet, right? The hot sauce bet last week, believing in Vision Gaming, going bad. Over from the Mind Sanity side, they are starting to get it together, but they're sort of, I want to say, lucky that Vision Gaming have not had the season that they are hoping for. So it all comes down to this one match. Is literally winner takes all for survival, which is crazy. Mind Sanity probably this weekend have just got a little bit buffeted by their old teammate who got benched, Tabs, making it on through into that promotion relegation tournament through the Challenger Cup, Jay. So I don't know, there's a lot on the line, because even if they do, survive, they could be facing up against their teammate. There's so many different stories right now, which is so exciting. This season of the TCS Esports League has truly delivered, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it has been. I'm kind of hoping, I'm sort of cheering for Mind Sanity because I want that storyline to come true. I want to see Mind Sanity take on their ex-teammates. So I'm kind of cheering for them, but I will have to admit that I'm kind of seeing Vision Gaming as being in the better form. And for once, I actually do believe that they can get the victory in this one, in this particular one, Bacon. But as we get ready for game number 1, I want to ask you for some quick predictions, win conditions. What are you hoping to see in this first series?
Me right now, I just want to see both teams come into it very, very cautious of each other. You got to think, with so much weight in this game, you can't be a little bit too cocky going into it. You can't be too slow as well. Don't just go all out desperation attack. I like that build up between Hade and Brezzy there. Good idea going for the demo. Backing on out as soon as they saw it wasn't going to work. Good plays from Vision Gaming to stop that on out. And these two teams, this is going to be the most work, the most amount of research and homework that they're going to put into a single series in probably their entire Rocket League career.
Vision Gaming are in the red half, Mind Sanity in the light blue. So we kick things off for game one of our best of 5 series here. Very important again for both sides to take, but only one can take it, so the pressure is on. Turb has ball control out of that corner. Bresley's going to be able to deny from him. Frosty's going to chase back down the other end of the field as he's got Bresley to beat. Oh, he barely defends against that. The ball tipped past the line by Kara, and the first goal is scored by MYI.
It was a great play coming out from Brezzy and Frosty to be able to just jump back at it, get the save, but Kara on that back post to secure it. When you need your captain to step up and get the opening goal, to get the confidence for your team, that is massive there, Jay. Hayden Brezzy, though, double committing, do not like that.
Things might still be a little bit awkward for MYI again, with both teams being in the bottom of the league. You can expect some mistakes to come through, and indeed they commit a slightly heavier amount than what they initially expected. That player coming out of the net actually allowing that goal to come through from Frosty, passed up by Turb, and immediately Vision Gaming are going to respond.
Don't know what's going on. It sounds like, just from looking at the in-game chat, that Kara doesn't have comms at the moment. That something's gone wrong. So this first game, I mean, we don't have the capabilities to pause it, Jay. The first goal's already been scored, so we've got to keep playing this on out. Maybe we've got the chance and we'll probably allow for a break if the issue's still there after this game one. But for right now, my Insanity playing at a disadvantage, it seems.
I think they might just be talking about in-game chat and not like voice comms.
Could be.
That's what I think's going on at the moment. I think I might be reading a bit too deep into that, Bacon, but right now, Vision Gaming playing on the front foot, especially if Frosty scores this, but no, a little bit too far off to the right-hand side, so off to the post here, Bresley and co. Double committing towards this offensive line, going to try pass it into the center where Hayde is hunting for his opportunity. Frosty gets back off the backboard though of the blue half, so they've got to hold the defensive line. Turb bounce out the corner, Nessie following a suit of the backboard. Third man coming in, bumped out of the way. Both players missed the touch on the ball, so now Carroll's got a breakaway chance. Beats out one offender, unable to get past the defensive line, and now Hayde is looking for control. Tees that ball up, but I don't think he's going to get it all the way here.
Pick up by Frosty as well. Look at Vision Gaming with these just massive jumps. They're charging down the ball. It looks almost like ball chasing here, Jay. I'm going to come out and say it, but the point is that they're trying to get these interceptions, but they're a little bit too slow, a little bit too loose, and it allows the window to be open for chances like this from Kara. No one really in a great place to be able to get up in time, and Kara's just going to sink it.
A straight shot forward, 2 players trying to get that defense, but neither one could for Vision Gaming. And look at the kickoff already for these guys. Hayden and Kara both double committing in the exact same style of play. Might still be able to lay it off to Bresley, but that's not going to get given a chance here. Turb instead receiving that ball on the defensive line. Push back on the backboard for Bresley's defense. Frosty and Hayde with a miss. I think Frosty may have just got the touch in. Turb looking for a double tap. Nessie comes forward as the third man is strike, but Kara gets the defense. Hayde can't though, and that costs them on the My Insanity defense again.
Oh, this is a match which is really, truly living up to the hype here, Jay. So much back and forth, so little separating these two squads. You love to see it, don't you?
Indeed, 2 minutes left and a 2-2 score line. Is that going to change? No, it's not. Turb following with a defensive after some really close balls been put onto the line, but not going past the line here for My Insanity. Vision Gaming was back on the defensive, trying to challenge the midfield presence, but they are struggling to do so now. My Insanity continue pressing forward. Good defense held by Frosty, turned away towards Nessie. Back to Frosty again with the shot on target, and it slips past Hayde. For the third time, he's been caught out in defensive, and that's 3 goals scored by Vision.
It is, but the first time in this game, Jay, that they've gone ahead of My Insanity. 1 minute 30 left to go. Vision now with the advantage. They've just got to get a good solid kick off. Turb throwing it to the side, and Hayde's done well. He's got to hold on. He's got to try and look for control of this. But instead, Frosty getting there a little bit earlier than Hayde was expecting. Whew, close.
And he pushed away, backboard touch. Hayde getting involved against Nessie. Once again off the backboard, a little bit higher than marker, and Frosty comes down, descending from the heavens. to score his 4th goal. He has scored all 4 for Vision so far. You highlighted him as a player to watch earlier in the season, and for very good reason.
I mean, Jam's probably at home. He might even be in Twitch chat, who knows, gushing at this. Frosty, his favorite player, of course, loves the lad, and you can clearly see why. And not out of the woods just yet, Vision. Nessie with another throw towards net. Decent defense, putting it into the center. No one's there. Normally, clearing to the center is almost a cardinal sin, Jay, but if no one's there, it's the best place to put it.
Awkward touch, Nessie trying to block off from presence. Kara coming up, no points to boost, missed out. Turb will find his way back down the blue end of the field. Off the backboard, Turb another chance. Nessie going to leave it for his teammate. Kara's got to be the man to take control instead, and he will swing up to position to do so. Frosty on defensive, Kara continues, passes off to the right-hand side, but there's no one up in that corner to receive the ball. 30 seconds remain. Turb challenging, denied again by Bresley. Back down from Frosty into Bresley's position, and he will defend it for the moment here. 20 seconds, time is ticking in these squads. Well, right now, Vision Gaming are looking at the most powerful ones here. Mind Sanity need to return back 2 goals. And it looks like it's just not going to happen here. Maybe a consolation prize, but with the attack continuing from Vision, it's back to the drawing board because game 1 goes the way of the boys in red.
It's the best of 5, so it's only a small little lead in the grand scheme of things. Still a lot more to play on out here, Jay. But this first game shows these 2 teams were ready. They were coming in, warmed up, and ready to fight. No sort of awkward first game where they're just punching it down each end of the pitch, feeling out their opponents, trying to just see where they're weak. No, they got stuck on in. Mind Santi with the early lead, but Vision really finding cracks in that defense.
They really are. They really, really are. And for my insanity, I hate to be the guy to sort of like single out an individual person, but it's got to be Haid. He had many opportunities to save that ball, and it was coming down to the strikes for Vision Gaming, and he was just unable to get touches on the ball. My insanity in dire, dire trouble. It's not over yet. The series is not done. Game 2, of course, could be returned very easily. We saw how Mind Sanity got the early start, so if they can maintain their starts from the early game and then immediately turn back in against them on the part of Vision Gaming, we might be looking at a very similar outcome, but again, only taking 1 discrepancy for Mind Sanity to take control here. Kara and Haid on the chase away back down the bread half the field. Demo in, Haid puts it back over to Brezzy. He's way out of position. Nessie pass over towards Turb, a bit too far forward, so the best he can do is take control, try and make a play out of the corner.
There you can. What's a pinch? What's a block? I don't know if many people at home might call that luckers, but sending 2 players in like this, that's gotta be planned, right? 146 kph.
That's insane. That is insane. Wow. Well done, NYI. That is the start we needed, and I mentioned before, Bacon, if it's a similar story to game 1, then Vision Gaming will strike back quick. If not, then Mind Sanity will maintain this advantage and potentially hold some confidence now here in their own half of things. Haid back to Bresley. Bresley intercepted by Nessie. Harris sets it up for Bresley once again, and he's got plenty of boost to go for a solo play, dribbling it in against Frosty, takes it past him, has Turb to beat, but Turb gets the block.
Turb doing so well in defense there to block it on out and puts his side. Kara was wanting to barrel through his opponent. Good pass on out from Haid. Kara's taking it a bit high, wide. That's going to ruin the attempt. You can see Haid on the opposite end just not able to dig on in there. Needs to hold that midfield line. Mind Santi just waiting for the opportunity, but it's not coming.
Off into the midfield line, Bresley holds control. Nessie trying to block off against Kara, puts that off towards the backboard and the corner. Again, off the backboard they will go. Bresley not going to get his chance at it. 2 players committed to the offensive, and the ball being sent off. Side instead of the centre line. Now back over towards the blue net. Haid's got to get that cleared away. Has Bresley needs to take control, lays it off for Kara, again blocked by Nessie. The cross to the box just not quite good enough here for NYI. The Vision Gaming's offensive not looking as confident here. Frosty's not been set up to score those 4 goals, but Nessie can just carry it in on his lonesome. He doesn't need his star player.
He's going to be grinning from ear to ear, Jay, to be able to get that one. Not only an equalizer, but to take it past 2 players. It's got to be said, though, Mind Santi overthought the situation. They were just jumping on in, and Nessie kept it quite calm and just relaxed in his start.
An immediate return for Vision Gaming coming through off of 1 play. Halfway through this game, it's still anyone's to take. But if this ends up going the way that it did in game 1, then Mind Sanity have reason to be fearful. Playing into the box, that ball's on target, and Haid will just make sure it slips past the defensive player. Back to the lead for MYI.
Beautifully done. Haid just letting Kara step on in. No one's around net, committing to that in the corner, so just the pass on in towards the center, clean finish. It's a super simple play, to be honest, but sometimes your opponents don't think that you're going to go for that, and Nessie, yeah, clutch save right there off the kickoff.
Able to keep it away from the moment. Frosty with a receiver chance, and Carroll reads that ball very, very close and fast, though. That's a very hard defensive to hold, and Turb, oh, he gets it past them again! The demo from his teammate clears out a big gap, which Turb just walked straight through.
Yeah, just well executed there, Vision Game, but no one was expecting that demo, especially coming on in from inside the net. So to be able to get up to supersonic speed, that's how you get a demo for anyone at home. You've got to be at that supersonic speed, you know, when using the boost, that you just can't get a demo anything slower. So to get that in that very short period of space, but also to have that amount of boost while sitting in your opponent's net, so you haven't used that boost beforehand, that's just a crazy combination, really.
Ball sent it up, Frosty beaten, challenged by Bresley instead. Haid puts it back into the red half as Nessie shoots to score. Very long range, Kara holds the defense, Frosty still takes it off the backboard, Nessie looking for a secondary chance. Can't get that redirect. Turb in with backup, goes for a shot, it's pushed out wide into the corner here for MYI. Frosty back down, Turb trying to receive it, Bresley gets the defense, and Nessie can't reach that ball in time, so Haid and Kara on the counter-attack. They've got 2 players in defense. Frosty going to get off that backboard and immediately take away any setup here for MYI. The pinch play still good. Kara leaves that for Haid. He's got to challenge Nessie now because the ball is in danger of being cleared by Vision Gaming.
Oh, Frosty laying off Nessie, but the shot's in net. Not enough power, not put across far enough, and relatively easy save. Turb holds down the 4, as he always does. The cornerstone to this squad just lets his boys go up ahead. He'll hold down the 4.
Lacking in the long-sightedness for MYI. Good control of Haid, will take it back into the corner. Frosty challenging 1, Nessie there to receive, pinching it off the floor, try and put it back over towards that corner. Haid's got to try to find a counter-attack. Again, both teams are even up. Turb can't tee that ball back in. It's sent over towards the red net, I think a bit wide of the scenario. Kara in, sent off the backboard. 15 seconds remaining in this game. Looking like overtime might be calling unless Haid does something magical. Tries to pass off to a teammate that just isn't there. Kara gets on the backboard, third man coming forward, but Frosty and co have control. Taking it back out of position into the midfield line. Haid leave this ball to bounce out to his own half. Frosty can't reach that, unfortunately. It is overtime in game 2. What an appropriate way to get this series.
Indeed. I mean, that game 1, it was such a surprise for Vision Gaming to be able to rocket ahead. Oh, Frosty wanting to close out game 2 pretty quickly. Of course, a lot of pride as well between these 2 teams. Friends within the scene, looking to just get one up over each other. And what a way to end the season. You know, when you've had a less than stellar season, these guys are looking for redemption right now.
Pushed off the crossbar. What was a really great attacking force. No one was in net as well. That would have been a game-winning goal for MYI. Instead, pushed back into Nessie. Blocked by all 3 individuals of MYI. Scrambling to get back to a standard formation, and Turb play this ball over towards the corner. Got Bresley sending it back over into the red corner. Frosty trying to tee this one up, 57 points of boost. Pass it back towards Turb's part of things, shoots back downfield. Kara with control, Frosty blocking it. Someone's got to find his way back out. Decent dribble attempt. Kara's going to get out of position alongside Hayde, trying to find that clear breakaway chance to an offensive line. But right now the pressure favours Vision Gaming.
Yeah, Frosty going for the demos across net, not being able to find anyone. He's actually wrapped around. He got the 100 boost. This is dangerous down towards Turb, especially since Brezzy's somehow snuck up into the corner. Hayde looking for pass-offs. No one wants in the touchline until Nessie comes on through. This is a very nervy game now. As time keeps on ticking into this OT, those nerves do really pick on up.
All from Bresley, second tap not available. Ness is going to find the clear back downfield. It's a little bit wider target. Hayde can control it, grab the 100 points of boost, try to beat out Frosty. Not 100% though, put back into the net by Frosty's rebound. Nessie demos out Hayde, going to try to thin out the Mindsanity defensive line, but Hayde respawns in, they just clear it right back into the red half of the field. Gets a shot as well registered, continues to harass that back line. Can he clear out any more defensive players? No, he cannot. Opportunities just not being there for MYI. They're back in their own half. Turb just to get a bump in. Nessie shot out. Kara's got to save that, and that's exactly what he will do. Keep it away, cross back, nice redirect on Frosty. Now he's starting to get spooled up. Looked quite quiet so far in this game, but now some dangerous shots being put on target by him.
Gotta be said though, the best Rocket League we've seen from these two teams all season long, where they're so prepped up, it means so much to them, every ounce of energy being used, and this is them at peak.
Turb up, puts it down, it's way too far wide, unfortunately, nowhere near angle. Hayde just trying to defend against these at 100 booty. He wants to try and find a clear way play. Turb's backing off to try and outposition him, and it actually works out past those two initial nice. Defenders. Can't get it past Bresley. Yes, he can actually. They're scrambling to get defensive. The only reason why it's been allowed there for Mindsanity is because Vision Gaming didn't have much control either. Hayde's got a dribble back downfield, bumps Nessie, but no second teammate behind him to follow it up. So we still see no score from MYI and Vision Gaming. 3:16 into this overtime, and we see no signs of the deadlock breaking as of right now. Maybe a chance for Presley. Frosty's bumped out, double tap, sends it wide and not to target.
Oh, and Hayde's got no one there to pass it to. Turb on a run. Good response from Brezzy. Carter needed that help right there. Turb didn't know that Brezzy was coming on in, just not within his field of view. You've got sounds going off everywhere in a scrappy scenario, so Brezzy really saved the day.
They had to come in and save that one because the dribble play was so awkward. They couldn't read it, and no one there on defense is scrambled coming in from MYI, and now they're just getting to position at the very last moment. Vision Gaming running out of options here. Kara, awkward dribble play. 23 points of boost, got to leave it for his teammate, got to fall back and get caught in rotation. Frosty trying to pass this over towards Nessie. Bresley puts it back down. Hayde with control, beats out one. Frosty still back there, demo in. Bresley could get shoved out of the way. Frosty's got to play patiently here, flicks it up, and Hayde just turns it over the crossbar. And they still can't get there. Vision Gaming getting closer and closer. Every inch matters here for this red side, so does it for blue. They clear right back down to the other end of the field.
Rotations are really awkward right now as well, Jay. Just trying to get a second man in there to receive the infield pass is just not happening. You're on the wall, you're in the corner, and you're just looking for a player towards center, and they're not even close. They're in the middle of picking up the 100 from the middle, and it's just all because this awkward flow between both teams caused by all these demos that are coming out.
Oh, Frosty and Nessie almost beat the man on the backboard. Didn't quite come through. Hayden's then looking for his double tap. He misses the second touch. And his execution like that is what's making this game so close. That could have been the winning play right there. But it hasn't happened for them. And we continue to play on for game number 2. Ball sent off to the left. Frosty and Kara in with control, putting it back out towards Bresley and Hayde. They'll take it in off the sideboard, follows suit for Hayde, is able to control only mostly, put back by Turb, follows suit by Bresley, sideboard bounce in towards Kara. Next is going to intercept it now, Turb with his breakaway chance. No one's on the back lines, here to the backboard. Turb leaves it for
Everyone's committed!
Now the chance for Kara, everyone's gone for it, but the ball's not in their control. They're awkwardly burial dribbling, and Nessie still gets back. What is this game?
Oh my days, I've never seen that. Frosty denied. Defense so good up until that point, and then everyone committed out of nowhere. A moment of madness, not punished, because obviously Mindsanti were not expecting a triple commit there, because who the heck does that? And they've somehow got away with murder.
I love how earlier you said this is the best Rocket League we've seen these two teams play, that they come out with plays like that.
I mean, in previous weeks they've made many mistakes.
Bacon. This has been mistake-filled from the word go. Like, so many awkward executions. Finally, Bracing gets the best chance that he's had all game, and still Frosty comes up with a denial. Turb denies Kara's follow-up. Frosty can't get to that ball. Hayde pinches it up. Kara with a chance to dunk it down, and Turb reads it like a book. To the backboard, Frosty turns it up, Turb has control, Hayde puts it into the midfield once again, Kara off the sideboard, Nessie and Frosty desperately trying to maintain some semblance of control in the backlines. We're approaching the 7-minute marker here of this overtime, a ridiculous one at that. Bump plays might finally force someone out, but that ball is still too far wide. Nessie with a shot, Hayde's not bumped out of the way.
Oh boy. How long is this going to go on for? Not much longer. No, Frosty on the line. Defense truly being picked on up, but the attacks a little bit too simple, a little bit lackluster. The bump coming on through, but Kara's there again. The second man, Nessie, not able to get in quick enough. 7.5 minutes. Are they going to try and contest for the longest OT in TCS history?
I mean, we always bring that stat up about the Rocket Baguette Grand Prix, wasn't it? The one that had the longest overtime?
In official Sonics history, yeah.
I mean, that's just the longest overtime in competitive history, in general, to be honest.
My longest has been 22 whilst casting.
22? What one was that?
I can't remember. I think it was a G-Finity.
No. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're okay. In this
Frosty done it!
Frosty finally gets it past the line. An exhausting 8 minutes and 10 seconds of OT, and Vision Gaming find their way up with a second game in this series.
2 more minutes and Vision Gaming would have got the OT record, but I think, Jay, they're going to be happy as anything.
Sorry, I just want to say Frosty's like comment right there summed it up pretty well. Double the commit, double the chance of hitting it. Like, that seemed to be the way they played that entire match. Oh man, Vision and Mind Sanity.
Yes, attack
definitely
was a little bit of a
exhausted after that
shambles at time. Attack was a little bit of a shambles at time, but the defense from these two teams is really living up to it. Okay.
We can agree to disagree on this one, Bacon, I think. Game 3.
Match point?
And again, everything... It is match point. That it is. And everything hangs on the balance for MYI. Will they concede this in a sweep series fashion and be eliminated from the TCS Esports League? Sideboard bounce initially off the kickoff. It's in the Mind Sanity half. Bracing to receive this ball. Go for the shot. Turb can turn it away. He just waits a little bit, keeps ourselves on the edge of our seats and keeps the Vision Gaming defensive on our toes. That's up here. Kara takes it away. Nessie comes up here off the backboard. Should be able to allow a second chance. No second player there to strike for it though, so not to be. Hayde with a counter. Blocked off by Frosty.
Vizio really starting to stack up these attacks, but again, not passing to each other, so a little bit of a struggle there, and Mindsanity just sort of weather that storm. Say storm, it was a little bit of hail, that was it.
I am, that's one thing we can agree on at least, Bacon.
It was threatening, but nothing on target. That's really it.
4 minutes on this clock, plenty of time for both teams to get something into this one. No goal scored early, and it seems about as scrappy as it did during that overtime. Ball in for Hayde, missed out. Kara's got to get the block. Nessie blocks it back into their own right, and in the midst of that scramble at the mid-center, only the blue half is going to win out the advantage. Try to go for a sealing shot for Kara, using a second flip already, trying to set out for Presley. Ball's put right in front of the net, and Kara and Hayde getting in each other's way. Hayde could have been the third man, the most important part of that offensive line, but shoved off position, gets no opportunity at all.
It's crazy as well when you think in the openers of these two games, Mind Sanity always in control, but as the game goes on, they sort of drop away a little bit. And here, in game 3, struggling to get that opening goal. Frosty's put a little bit too much sauce on that one, a bit too high. Steps back on in, but on that close post, Kara can make the save.
The same issue recurring over the course of this entire series of both MYI and Vision to a lesser extent. Oh, ball sent up so ready. Frosty's in the net. Turb can't commit without any boost. His teammates in a similar position, so unable to do so. Hayed backboard, second man inbound. He misses the dunk. And that's the same problem we've seen time and time again. What a great play that would have been to score, but they just haven't got the execution potential to get the goal in, to get the touch, to get the strike that they want. So halfway through this game, we're still 0-0.
Again, Jay, you got to remember the nerves and pressure on these lads right now, and it does become understandable. Nessie with a belter, but Kara stands strong in defense, and once again, just straight up powerful hits towards the net are not going to result in a goal. A little bit threatening, yes, but if you're going to go for those belters, you've got to have a second man on the opposite side to follow up on the save, and they just do not have the capabilities right now. Both sides playing very cautious. Potential coming on through, but that's wide!
That was such a great setup for Bresley, too far off to the left-hand side. Had to pinch that ball underneath the defender, so there's no chance for his teammate. They get the strike in. Bresley will try contest against the right-hand side this time, finding his teammates in the midfield. They're out of position and forced back out of angle again. Bresley breaking away. Nessie on the chase back downfield here, looking for the 100 boost pads in the midfield line, all towards the corner. Kara's going to steal the corner one. Aid's got to leave this for Turb. As he takes that up, shoves Frosty out of the way. Turb's the win with ball control, will be blocked off by Bresley at least. That's a good way back in, beating out one of the defending players. Challenge on the second goes successfully. Ball off the backboard, Turb reads it. Nessie and Frosty got to come up to find the clear, and that's exactly what they'll be able to do.
Well, Frosty's going for a double touch. Bresley can't reach it, and Frosty's going to drop it like it's hot. So ironic for a man with his name.
Drop it like it's hot, with an ice-cold attitude. An ice-cold execution. 1-0 at 1:11 on the clock. They don't get much cleaner than that. Bresley moving on into the attacking half, now trying to lead the charge for My Insanity. They are running out of time, and they are still being pressured into this corner. Way back out for Bresley. Nessie comes forward. Hayed here with control, having to be beaten out into the box. There's Frosty again to the secondary bounce. Third man coming forward, the strikes to get shoved out of the way. Hayed's got to leave it for Kara. They're so miscommunicated, they're so mispositioned on this. Nessie will find his way back. Bresley's got to disrupt that ball, send it back into the center for his teammate to come ahead. That's a challenge, that's a shot, and My Insanity are still in the game.
Just saw in chat, looks like you need Titanic music. I don't know, either Tiger could be fitting right now. The comeback is on. Can My Insanity finally use this as their turning point?
36 seconds to do so. Ball in immediately. Bresley trying to take this ball off to the corner board. Turb and Frosty involved. Hayed blocking it, leaving it for the box. Frosty trying to turn it back out of position. Kara and Bresley out in the midfield line, going to try wait for the opportunity. No boost for Bresley. The best he can do is challenge. Needs that backup from a teammate. Hayed's only just going to get here and take it off to the other corner. Pinch attempt from Turb, blocked off by, I believe that was Hayed. He's going to shove the player out of the way. Kara goes up. Frosty looking for a defensive. He just sends that away from Bresley's dunk down. So with 3 seconds left, one final attacking play from MYI. Unless Vision can get back down to the offensive half. No, they cannot. It's overtime for our third game.
Nerves right now. My Insanity have got to be so awkward. It is golden goal, or at least goal for survival right now. Vision Gaming have a little bit left as that's above. No one being able to get the shot, and that is free for Frosty. And he's going to secure it for Vision. They survive for another day.
How scramble that was for My Insanity. Not a great match for them in the end of it as they fall in last place. Vision Gaming secures survival in the TCS Esports League. They'll be fighting with a lifeline in the relegations, but My Insanity, their season ends here. There will be no second chances. There are no second lives. No series is won. Only 2 games won over the course of the entire season. and it's not been Mind Sanity's 7 months so far.
No, it has not. So it is a very unfortunate farewell. We love Mind Sanity on the pitch, but at the end of the day, we do have to drop one team. It's a competition, and unfortunately, as Mind Sanity, I'll be dropping. I don't think this is going to be the last we see of these players, Jay, because, I mean, what is TCS without Karatash, right? We see him each and every season. Haid and Brezzy, this was their opening season. They're both rookies to the TCS, so there's potential we'll see them once again. If not, we'll probably be seeing them in the next Challenger Cups, and I look forward to see their growth there. I mean, only time will tell, right? We don't know what's going on in the off-season.
Yeah, I had my questions about the project coming into this season. I was talking about whether or not, you know, the new boys would be able to hang in that respect. And I guess, you know, in a certain extent they didn't. But I hope that there would have been some level of confidence and some level of praise to go their way. But, I mean, how can you really put a positive spin on 2 games over a season?
You can't. It's pretty much matching with one of the poorest performances in TCS history. It's not the poorest, but it's pretty much down there. And at the end of the day, it just goes to show the level that TCS is now at, Jay. And I worry entirely for Vision, because whilst they got the 3-0 win there, when I said they live to fight another day, with that promotion relegation tournament we've casted over those Challenger Cups, Vision do not have it easy. The level that's coming on through, it's super tough. That even Lausanne might not be safe if they do wind up in those bottom spots. So Switzerland is stacked, Joe. It's what it is.
Indeed, it is what it is. And for Mind Sanity, they're just going to have to struggle a little bit further on going into next season's promotion attempts. But for this one, Vision Gaming, as you mentioned, at least they have the lifeline. Given the circumstances they were in coming into this week, that's the best thing they could have hoped for. And, well, hopefully that is a bit more of a positive spin for them, a bit more of a encouraging idea for their own night as we head towards the short break. And we will hear from Nessie to discover how encouraging that victory was for the Vision Gaming side. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite. TCS Esports League. We're joined by Nessie here. His team, Vision Gaming, have got their first win of the season on the last day of the season, which of course means this is going to be their first interview of the season. So welcome, congratulations on the victory. Although I think it's definitely a consolation prize for you guys considering the season that you've had. So I kind of wanted just to talk about the last 2 months or so. What's not gone right for you guys in this team?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I mean, it's a pleasure that we finally pull up a win, but I mean, I think it's just time and experience, mostly for me and Splash earlier days. We were not experimented players, and we came here, and I think it's like the hardest season to play in TCS, and great players, great teams. So yeah, we just needed more experience to get wins.
And of course, your journey is not on over yet. So my first question is just, have you been keeping up with those Challenger Cups? Have you been looking at the competition that is coming on through and who you might face up against?
Yeah, I do know already Ace Republic and some of the players in Lamborghini team. I don't remember the full name, but yeah. I've also watched the whole Challenger Cup too, so I'm quite happy to see what these teams can do, because they showed great in the Challenger Cups.
Well, for you guys in the last couple of weeks, things really started to come together in the TCS Esports League, but over the last handful of months over in the SCSL, you guys have been having a much better showing in that particular tournament. I'm not sure if you've been making any changes to the lineups with that particular squad, but I just wanted to ask, what's been the difference maker between this tournament and that tournament?
Probably stress management. We've been a lot stressed because it's TCS. It's just biggest competition in Switzerland, so we're stressing too much. Mostly, I think me. Not gonna lie about it. Not enough experience, but in SEL it's something else. It's a bit more chill, but still need competition. So I'm glad we finished 5th in here too.
And so now you've got 2 weeks, essentially, I do believe, as we come back, on the 7th of June. So 2 weeks from today for that Promotion Relegation Cup. What's the plans for those next 2 weeks? How are you guys going to prepare yourselves for that tournament? Because you don't know until the day who you're actually going to be facing up against due to the format. So coming in, you're going to be that 9th spot. So you're probably going to go up against one of the stronger teams from that. But what's the plan here on out?
I think we don't necessarily have a plan. We're just gonna keep playing the game to get stronger and just come on the promotion tournament and just not lose the spot, I guess.
That's a very Swiss esports response, I think I found over the course of the last handful of weeks. What are you got coming for us next week? We have no idea. But what you do have an idea for, and I want to close out with this interview, is about Mind Sanity. It felt like for a bit there, you guys having a bit of a mare in that second game overtime especially, but you guys took it over in 3-0. For that particular team, what did you make of them, especially the newer elements in Brazilian Hate?
I mean, they are good players. I know them. They are friends of mine, all of Mind Sanity team, so I do appreciate them. I love playing with them too in just ranked or whatever. So they're not bad players, but I don't know what happened this season for them. I hope they come back stronger for season 8, I think.
Well, hopefully they do, but we'll have to see whether they can do that in the next set of promotion qualifiers, and of course the Challenger Cups for next season in Season 7. But for Season 6, you guys will be off to the relegation, so congratulations on your survival victory. Good luck going into the relegations. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks. But for now, here in the TCS Esports League, we're going to head towards a break because we've got the Swiss Incredible Rebels versus Sparks, a very important matchup for that mid and top table, so do not go anywhere as we head back to our second series after this.
Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove it. Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove it. Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove it. Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove it.
Meine Herren, ich habe den Plan für die nächste Saison. Wir gewinnen.
Das nach einem soliden Plan.
Gentlemen, man gewinnt nicht nur, man gewinnt mit Stil.
Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're getting into our second series of the day. Another very important one, and not just for the two teams involved. The Swiss Incredible Rebels are taking on Sparks here in our second match of the day. And, well, for Sparks and for Sir, it's all about making that top 6 placement. But for Lausanne, they are clinging on to that top 6 battle by the skin of their teeth. Now, let me break down the tiebreakers for this particular scenario. If Sparks win their series, then Lausanne will be up for relegation in the relegation playoffs this season. If Sir win it, then that will also be the same, but they have to win it by a margin of at least 2 games. If they get a 3-2 series, then Lausanne will have to get a 3-0 to try and defeat them on the game difference against Edelweiss later on today. That's going to be a tough task, and we'll get to that one later on down the road. But for this particular matchup, Sir and Sparks, a very, very important match again for these guys, Bacon. We've seen a bit of a hit and miss from both teams so far. I think we had a lot more expectations for Sir over the course of the season, maybe a little bit less expectations for the likes of the Sparks side. But for Sir, I don't think they expected to be in this position coming into Matchday night.
No, definitely. Sir have always been a staple within the TCSE Sports League, involved in every single season, to the point that RNZ has played every single season under Sir, which is just absolutely nuts. They're as much a staple of TCS as Edelweiss is now. Of course, that previous Servette Geneva name, but technically Sir even more so because the only org to stay within it, and especially with that team. Stroby as well, who's now moved to that sub spot. You've seen him on Sir numerous times for quite a while. Melox has now been on there for a little bit. Nuke's coming in this season to replace Stroby, and you're looking at this Sir squad going, they've got the makings by these players to be a top 6 team. But for some reason, this season has just not clicked for them, which is crazy because I look at it, for me personally, I think this is the best season I've seen from Melox. RNZ's been a little bit quiet, but his role has always been that defensive man. And it always comes down to me personally, whether Nukes is popping off. If Nukes is popping, Sir an incredible strong side, but he's got to get in the zone. And today, you require him in the zone massively because Sparks on the opposite end have been such a strong team. They've been probably to way too many game 5s for their liking, but they have really contested up against even the likes of Letiex and Slightly Salty, haven't they?
Yeah, and for those sides, obviously they're in that position where they're contesting at the higher up the table. In terms of Sir, though, the situation that they're standing is trying to evade relegation in this one, Bacon. So looking at their chances and looking at their win conditions against a team like Sparks, who have been wildly inconsistent over the season, but right now seem like they're just hitting that fever pitch. The question for me is whether they maintain it is the problem, and I wonder whether or not the maintenance of their form is going to be able to carry forward in against Sir, because if it does, I could see this being a series for them. If it doesn't, I could see this being for Sir on the other side. So I think that there's very little prediction space, if you will. I'm actually not going to press you for a prediction on this one at all, Bacon, because I look at this scenario, I look at these two teams, and I really think it comes down to on-the-day performance of this one. So expectations for this series, do we see Game 5? Do we see that chance for Lausanne to hold it together?
I mean, throughout all the games today, I expect the possibility to go to that Game 5 because it's the last match day. This is where you give it your all, especially with how much this win will mean to both these squads. When you look at, most likely, a win in this match secures you into next season. It's not entirely there, but you've got that 80 to 90% chance because it all depends on how the match plays on out and, of course, results from other games. But right now, these two teams are going to be fighting like they're fighting for their lives.
Ball out into the silver half of the pitch today for Sparks, and so in the bronze, so very appropriate colours given the calibre of what these teams can reach, but can they hit those reaches again? It's all about on-the-day performance as Game 1 is underway so far as the first 45 seconds. And Squixel and Martin will combine to get that opening goal for Sparks.
Martin coming on in this season as a newcomer to the TCS Esports League, but a veteran of Rocket League since the very early days. And he has proved himself. I'm actually going to be sad because he's already said this is going to be his only season within the TCS, Jay. And I'm just there like, I want to see more of him. He's been fantastic to watch.
We'll get to watch out with where he goes from here, but for now, it's a very good start in. Such a great start that it made you choke on your own breath, Bacon, so there's always credit to that side of things. Ball out into their opponent's... RNZ, you mentioned him being the stalwart of this side, and that is a massive goal to show why.
I'm thinking he had more time there, but the pressure by RNZ to then 50-50 it off Martin is incredible. 1 minute on in, and we definitely now know that we're getting a close fight. These two teams didn't come to play, they came to win.
Remember, Lausanne are going to be watching this, hoping that it becomes as down to the wire as possible and for Sir to win it, because that's the win condition that keeps them in with that best opportunity to secure their victory, secure their chance. Ball out and over for RNZ, sends it so far out of position. Nukes missed out upon. Banana Man presses forward. Martin going to lay that off towards his teammate. Milok's going to try and intercept it as Squixel comes forward here with a dribble play. Grabs that 100 boost from the corner, but challenged by one individual. Couldn't control it all the way. It's just got to be defensively sent back to their own half. Try bait in the Sir side, force them out of the defensive line. Cast off to Squixel, who sends it past them all and gets that second goal in.
Such a good clean play. RNZ not getting the touch he expected. He wanted to throw that off to Milox on the side, and it just all went pear-shaped. Squixel picking up on it so well and punishes.
And that's a big, big lead again for Sparks, but only one that separates them. Can very, very easily be countered by CERN. We've seen how very effective it can be for them. RNZ was the man that scored that previous goal. Now he's trying to set up nukes for one out here to the corner. Squixel to the sideboard bounce. Banana Man can't get the full touch on it. It might be for the best though. Squixel continues to look for momentum. Martin's lurking somewhere back in the back line. Nukes sends it over to Banana Man, who just tees it right back downfield. There's Milox here with a dribble play into RNZ. Shot close and the defense does not hold. And RNZ becomes the equalizer standing again.
Oh, Milox, what a good pass there. Not only just the control, hits into ceiling, back into the center. RNZ's there. Thanks and kindly with a goal halfway mark. Tied on up. Again, predictions, you were right, were just stupid at the start. We can't do them, it's that close. I would normally say game 2 we're going to get a better judge of these two teams, but again, like in that very first series, coming into this, both teams are ready for it, and there's so little separating them. So you're going to see adjustments all over the place. How has he just found that? That felt so easy for Squixel. Banana with a perfect set on up, and Squixel's just got up high, uncontested.
Beautifully done by Squixel. We mentioned how RNZ was the stalwart for this Sir side. Squixel's been a part of, I believe, every Sparks lineup so far in TCS. Now he's becoming the main goal scorer for them in this matchup, and the right moment to try and do so here. Back on the defense, he's going to get out of the net at the 2-minute marker. RNZ to the sideboard, bounce. Nuke is going to try and follow suit, grab the 100 at the midfield, leave it for Milox. Banana Man in with defensive, holds it, sends it to his teammate. Martin's a bit too far back to receive that ball back into the path of Nukes. Challenged by Squixel. Banana Man and Martin can leave this ball back as Milox chases around. Challenge is going to send it back over towards the midfield, or at least try and do so. Nuke cuts it off before it gets to the line. Now Squixel here with dribble plays, beats out RNZ. Can he beat out Milox? Not quite. Banana Man can come forward instead. Try to look for a solo play, bounces on the backboard for the third man, and Squixel tries to commit to that, but he's a little bit too far back.
There's a good idea on that play from Banana Man to set on up. Squixel, of course, all eyes are going to be on Banana to go for that net, because you've got to cover it off anyway. And you can see Sparks coming in with some truly great plans, but that sort of 50-50 game that Sir are coming in with to sort of play really physical is so commendable.
60 seconds, Milox controls, Nukes demoed out, that's big, it doesn't stop RNZ though. Squixel involved in the defensive, and now Martin gets more demos involved. Nukes taking that over to the midfield. Squixel's completely clearing them out, going to try to look for another good goal, passed into but blocked off by defenders, and Milox finds his way back over to the silver half. Sparks trying to contest here. Nukes to the sideboard bounce. Squixel leaves it. Banana Man beaten. Martin's the only player back in defensive. Oh, I thought he scored an own goal, but rebounds from the post to barely keep it. Can't get it off the crossbar. Squixel's going to clear it off the backboard, and Milox continues pressure. Banana Man back into the midfield. Cross back to Nukes, intercepted by Martin, who continues to press forward. Grab the 100 boost set back in. Perfect shot for Squixel. He scores the hat trick, recovers disaster, and puts the buffer between them and Sir.
And it's all off the back of that interception by Martin. Perfect pass using the ceiling, the curvature to push it back on infield a little bit towards Squixel, and that has secured game one, because yes, there's still 12 seconds on the clock, but I'm sorry, Sir, you're not getting 2 by Sparks in this game anymore.
They'll try for it. Maybe RNZ can score a banger. No, he can't. Sparks, big game to open up, but back and forth from the word goal only came down to some uncharacteristic defensive that still worked out for that Silver side. But again, Squixel, 3 goals for him, having a monster game to kick things off.
That he is. And again, to go back on the topic of Martin, when he talked to us, you know, said that this was going to be his only season, he purely put it on that he doesn't want to hold back Squixel. He doesn't feel like he's good enough to be on this roster, that Squixel is ready to go up to that top level. And I mean, with a performance like this today, with how Squixel's popping off, you can see that he is the focal point of this squad. And perhaps that's the change-up, where they're getting into that same mindset where they're trying to use Squixel as an ace, Martin and Banana Man. Their job is to pass it to him in the center. Of course, if they've got a better opportunity, they'll go for it. But the whole idea is to enable Squixel to be the pro.
If they can form up around him and just build the whole setup around his attack, and that could be enough to get them past the finish line here against Sir. That might be their main focus for the time being. The future might be unclear for now, but for the moment, we get into game 2. Sparks having a game in this series. 2 players committing on defensive as it looks a little bit scrappy to start things off for their back line. How about a very awkward balls being put up by the Sir side, though. RNZ with a bounce out of the corner. Squixel has to challenge one, follow suit, push that back, right to target. It's a bit too far right of it, but Milox still takes it away from setup. Banana Man still pops that down to Squixel, and they're trying to mark him here. Pass back to Martin, doesn't quite get the goal in. RNZ will just send it over towards the corner, try and stall for time and get some adjustments going, because those counter-attacks were very thick and very quick and very dangerous there from Sparks.
Sir coming in very good now. I mean, Sir's got a history of dropping game 1, Jay. It's got to be said. Like, it's almost a common theme for them, so they won't take that too much to heart. Banana Man being able to pick it up in the corner there, that's a little bit worrying that they can take so much control over this ball. Sparks, Sir, they've got to look to each other. I'm expecting them to want to pick up passing plays right now.
Launched back downfield, pass to Milox, failed, they accounted for it, and now Banana Man and Martin might be scrambling a little bit to get themselves back into the offensive line. Good challenges at the midfield mark, and Milox coming forward to receive that. Banana Man challenges successfully, back to the centre for Sixel. Strike, it's a bit too far wide to the right. Newts can beat out 2 of the defensive forces. Martin also struggling to deal with them. And again, the counter-attacks from both sides. Have a difficult time about this. Banana Man put back into the centre, Squixel to receive it. We'll put it over to this backboard. Banana Man bounces offset backboard to try and set it up for Martin. But an opportunity presents itself here. We're still scoreless here past the first 2 minutes.
Sort of, again, a normality in high-level Rocket League, Jay. And you've got a fair few goals going in game 1. Game 2 almost becomes stalemate, a war of attrition. Who can get that first? And it looks to be so hard to find. And again, it just comes down to a more defensively focused game. You can see Squixel at the moment running about, just running interference, but then his 2 teammates looking to hold that back line and nothing is being found.
Martin coming forward, dribbling it past, going to grab the 100 points of boost. Nukes. The ceiling controls, puts it down. Milox following suit. Good block off by Squixel. RNZ shoots off the backboard. Second touch not going to be allowed. Martin contests. Milox goes high. Banana Man able to put it wide, but it doesn't maintain itself for a counter here. He's the most forward player of all of the Sparks individuals. Martin will try to change that, dribbles it right in front of the net thanks to that demo in. And Nukes lacking in boost, still contesting against Banana Man. Melox back down, Squixel lost on the defensive. What happened there?
Of course, our camera angle was off towards the left, so we couldn't really see it. Squixel just over jumping it, expecting that shot to be put on left, and Melox has done a brilliant bit of placement to put it just tucked away up top left, which is really hard. Like, Squixel was never getting that because he's trying to cover as much ground and just cannot get back over there.
What a struggle of a game so far in this one, and Nukes almost puts his own double tap back in and make it a 2-0 start. Melox actually almost does again off the crossbar. It's taken away by Squixel. Martin getting in his way though. Nukes contest Banana Man, gonna have to come forward and bail them out. And no signs of a return goal coming in from Sparks. Big mistakes made in the back. Squixel trying to make up for it here. Finds some presence over in the bronze half, but quickly returned by Melox, demoing out one of the individuals on rotation. So Sparks are going to continue to struggle here. We've got 1 minute and 15 for them to make up the difference. It's still very possible, just very difficult.
It is. Oh, Melox has just run that straight towards net. Going for the 50-50, and it's going to turn into a goal. That's heartbreaking for the defender there. When you're looking at this as Martin, you think you've got the save, and then it just rolls straight in front of you. You just can't reach it in time.
The worst part about that was the fact that he basically was left with another opportunity to like drive forward, and had he had enough boost, he might have saved that, but it was just out of his reach, so he couldn't have done it, not in this particular scenario. And now 2-0 with the last 60 seconds, looking like game 2 might be going the way of Sir. Sparks trying to receive this ball and send it back down the other end of the field. Banana Man sending over the center. Melox will contest it and again push over towards the corner. Second touch and a strike for a 3-0, and now this team looks good.
You know, when I said earlier, Melox is having the best season I've ever seen from him, this game as well is a perfect showing of it, Jay. Getting his hat trick, and quite often you can see doing it all off his own back. Nukes is the only one with a single assist. Melox has had to work 2 of his goals by himself. Just impressive performances from him.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining. Melox trying to just find the defensive together, and the demos again coming out in the late game for the Sparks side. Unfortunately, they don't have an advantage to work off of, so all it will do is just delay the inevitable here. 8 seconds to the clock, and we will go 1-1 in our series. It was a great effort posted up by Sparks from game 1. The same cannot be said for game 2, though, and this is what I was talking about in the pre-game, this back and forth nature, this very inconsistent up and down game that we've seen played from Sparks over the course of the season. And it ends up in what was a great opening game, not so much of a great follow-up, but I don't know what we can expect for game 3 now.
So right now, Sparks are going to take a little bit of time to talk to each other or not. Okay, that's a little worrying for me. So Sparks' big issue is just that their rotations look good, and then there's a gap. And that's just coming down to the difference in pace. You've got Squixel, who's super fast, Man's quite fast, but Non's a little bit more slower and controlling. And so where you've got that, there can just be a little gap that forms, and it feels like Sir just playing a defensive game, waiting for that opportunity, and it will eventually show itself. They're also playing a good pressure game whenever they need to. You know, once they've found that opportunity, they'll dig downfield and then look to try and just control it, hope for something. Haven't really got anything from that scenario, but they're still pressing. Wow, good save from RNZ. So it's just coming down to Sir, as long as they can defend solidly like they have right now, they should get natural win, but yeah, Sparks are going to double down in offense and make life difficult.
Squixel off the ceiling crease, Martin down into the net. Again, great link up from these two. Chemistry between them seeming so solid. Makes you wonder if losing Martin is going to be a good idea for Sparks going forward to the rest of the season, or the next season and so, but The aggression, we'll discuss that another day. For now, it's 1-0 for the Sparks side. Banana Man off the backboard. Squicks almost rips it into the back. Doesn't quite get it so far on target. A bit too far wide. Counters involved for Sir. Martin, the Squixel returns back. Banana Man with a demo. It's too far
Why did he not go
wide.
for that?
Tries to pass back. I guess he thought it was going on, but in hindsight, that was the terrible, terrible idea.
Oh, the opportunity to go 2 ahead. The demo was great, but then just not the response. Possibility to finish it off, yes! RNZ couldn't get the touch, and that was gifted to Martin. Okay. Sorry, it's Nukes, not RNZ.
Well, Sparks do get that second goal in. Unfortunately, that does mean there is a buffer involved, despite some of the mistakes we've seen from them in the defensive line and some of those awkward offensives that we've caught out. Squixel and Martin again on the breakaway chase. Melox comes forward. Martin trying to contest it. RNZ left away. Ball up. Squixel going to grab the 100 points of boost. Turn away from by RNZ. Martin also involved here. Wraps over. Nukes contest. Squixel goes up high. Martin and Melox getting in a bit of a scuffle out there towards the corner. Melox can actually get more control and win out the duel. Banana Man still goes forward, puts it inside the box, but doesn't go so far as to get a goal in, or at least set one shot up here. They're going to continue to pressure here, and there's a lot more pressure than we've seen from Sparks in the previous game. Banana Man may punish that as a result, but RNZ holds the defense.
Oh, good pass on in, but Squixel just knows he's not able to get high enough. Look at the difference in how Sparks are playing right now. No longer are they just running on in for those 50-50s. They're actively going for demos. They're going for bumps. They're dislodging players. So, you know, I was talking earlier about that sort of gap in rotation. It's funny that Sparks are wanting to do that themselves, but they're having to force it with those bumps, with those demos, to create a little weakness within Sir, and that's when they strike. That's when they go for those big passing plays between each other. Super, super cool to see.
Long clear again from Sparks at the half-time marker. They lead by 2. Will it continue that way? Well, they'll try for it. Where's the third man? Banana Man actually coming forward, being challenged before he gets to the ball. Squixel with 100 points of boost, going to get shoved out of the way again. They are getting very physical in this game between both sides. Demos are surely inbound from Sparks sometime soon. For now, they're still focusing on that offensive line. If they can put that third goal in, that might just secure the game right there and then. Melox off the backboard, though, and everyone doesn't get a touch on the ball. And again, Sparks' greatest weakness is their defense.
Or it's just Melox being an absolute god. Like, face it, that's crazy. He is, like, yeah, he's popping off, stepping up in this game. And I'm there going, perhaps Sir do very similar to Sparks and just try and feed Melox a little bit more, because he is playing to win today, and he knows he can do it. He's confident in his abilities. He's feeling it. RNZ as well, stepping up a little bit more. And Nukes has taken a bit more of a third man position, so it's super interesting to see this change up that Sir has made today.
Still within 1 of the lead here, so this change-up can continue to adapt to mold itself around what Sparks are doing here. A little over a minute to get that secondary goal back in, and the attack continues from Squixel and Banana Man off the backboard. It's going to be blocked by Melox. Still a dangerous ball, though, and Martin looks to punish it. Put that third in, gets Sparks back up at a 2-goal lead, and the task gets more difficult for Sir now.
Melox wanted to clear that away. He didn't get the touch he wanted, and then you saw up in that right-hand side, Nukes getting bumped in the corner, so he's not able to provide backup, and just excellent punishment coming out from Sparks.
Minute on the clock, so we'll continue the attacking force. Almost scoring 1 there, beating out a couple of very awkward defensive lines again. Banana Man can't get his touch off that backboard though, does beat out Nukes. Follows suit off the sideboard with no points of boost. RNZ back down into Martin. Martin will contest it, challenging 1. Shot on target, it's gonna come in. And Martin now becomes the hero of this game. All 4 goals scored by him. And Sparks will definitively take match point.
Yeah, he has definitely been putting in the work. But the biggest note there, Jay, 4 shots, 4 goals from Martin. So he's been putting in these from very, I don't want to say they're not easy goals, but he's making good on his attempts. At the same time, though, 3 shots put on by Banana Man and 1 by Squixel. Sir have only had 2 shots registered. They've also put, I want to say 3, just a little bit wider target, and so not registered. But it's just straight up. Sparks are more aggressive right now, and at the end of the day, aggression normally wins within Rocket League.
Ball in, sent by Martin away, 5 seconds to the clock, and well, regardless of if they score this next attacking goal or not, it won't matter because this game is going the way of Sparks, as I mentioned before. Their match points here. 1 more to go before they secure themselves in the top 6 and leave Sir and Lausanne to fight their way out of relegations. That is what this is all about now. It's got to be a big turnaround from Sir. And for Lausanne, they could be smiling from ear to ear, but praying to whatever god they worship in the next 2 games that it comes up good for Sir. They need this to be a 3-2. They need Sir to take the win. 10 minutes between Sir and victory, 5 between Sparks instead. It all comes down to the execution.
It really does. And what do Sir do to change this up now? That's just a question that I cannot even fathom. They're already going physical. Perhaps it's just the case of they're allowing way too much boost, but at the end of the day, trying to play a demo-heavy game whilst also controlling the boost is just near on impossible because you've got to leave the ground. You're leaving the ball at the same time. Banana Man getting a demo on the line, but no one from Sparks. And Banana, that is inspired. I love that.
That actually could have done a lot of impact if they were able to get the strike in a little bit quicker, because that ball could have been completely uncontested by defensive forces. I think the demo would have at least allowed the respawn time to come back. You can't predict where he comes in from left or right. So, as you mentioned, inspired and creative ideas coming out from Sparks. They try and find new ways of breaking their opposition. But in the early minute, there is no goals scored here by either side.
Has it ever been used in a competitive game before? I've never seen a player go for that, but oh! As I say that, RZ goes for that. Good little pass dropped on down to him from Melox. But notice, it requires all 3 players, Jay, to get that very swift transition. That was a world-class attack.
That it is. Ball sent up and over towards the corner. Squixel going to contest it. 63 points of boost. Pinching that into Martin. What a beautiful passing play! That's going to work out amazingly! Sparks! What a goal!
Oh, they just saw what Sir threw at them, and I mean, quite frankly, that's got to one-up it, Jay. What a comeback to shut Sir down. Any morale boost that Sir just got, any hope that was given to them has clearly just been shut on out. Sparks really fighting here.
Unreal. And again, when Sparks are going, when they're performing, they look like one of the best teams in the league. That's an example of it right there. But can it carry on here against the likes of Sir or Banana Man? And Melox off to that sideboard, demo in, follow suit over to the corner. Squixel challenged Melox, having Martin involved. They will try and find their way back into their own half to continue the attacking force, but as every time they feed it up to the Sparks a defensive line, they find a way to find their way back into the midfield, block it off, and continue their own attack.
Banana Man's been doing all this whilst in that new car, I think the Tigress it's called, or something like that. It's currently in the Iron Shot, whatever, which is just, it's cool to see, you know, opposition to the Octane, but here, Squixel seeing no opposition at all. just literally blocks on out, nukes. And bang.
Perfect angling. Absolutely perfect angling from Squixel. Had that challenge gone any other direction, and, well, I mean, there definitely wouldn't have been a goal like that. So perfectly played now for Sparks. 2-1 up at halftime. And now Sir are in trouble. There's only a goal to make up, so it's not the most impossible situation in the world, but what a day it would be if Sparks can maintain this position. They almost extended it, in fact. Martin with a great play to try and find another goal. RNZ back to Melox, cannot connect all of the shot. Let that one go wide there. We'll try and contest it from outside of the box, but second player coming in, beaten out. Third back out, Banana Man off the backboard, trying to turn it into the midfield. And from here, they just stall the time.
That they do, but 1:45 to stall. That's a lot of time, Jay. I think they're just not going to take risks. That's got to be the idea. Mine, though, popping that one out. Melox with the back pass. Good little block out by Squixel. Banana's just been given a free golden opportunity, and that could be the game-winning goal.
That it could be. Game winning, series winning, and hope crushing for Sir and Lausanne. Lausanne, of course, who are watching on from the wings, awaiting their series against Edelweiss, and Sir, who are playing in server right now, desperate to find some sort of return, desperate to find 2 goals. Milos is going to try go for some sort of strike, guide it directly inside of the box, but the defensive is holding this time. And the one weak aspect that we saw for Sparks consistently over this series has now been tightened up, and Sir just can't seem to break through.
No, they can't. Oh, Banana somehow pushes Nukes away on that, but RNZ closing it on in. Milos has been given a golden opportunity. Nukes needs to drop this down, but Banana blocks it out so well. The back pass coming on through. RNZ has no options right here. Pushes it into the corner. And Sparks are allowing their opponents to run into them because it's easier blocks. That's crazy confidence.
30 seconds left. Follow suit on Banana Man. Just pass out to Squixel, back into Leo, and he's got it! I believe his second goal, actually, in this game and this series. And well, if there was any hope for Sir, if there was any hope for Lausanne, it has evaporated before their very eyes. 4-1 in Game 4 on match point for Sparks. And 17 seconds to work miracles for the Swiss Incredible Rebels. With the final countdown ensuing, I think reality will set in for them. Sparks have done it in 3-1 fashion. They will be in the top 6. Sir will be fighting off relegation, as will Lausanne. And this team, who looks so up and down over the course of the last 2 months, will be able to secure themselves a chance at victory and a chance at glory.
Yeah, we're going to have to quickly wait for it to come on in as a guarantee. But yes, with that, Sparks is just out of reach. And that has pretty much summed up our bottom 2. From what we were calculating beforehand, absolute madness. But it's got to be said, Sparks absolutely showing their class, and understandable now. You know, Martin was super confident last week in his interview, and I can see, because whilst that, yes, was a close series, Sparks, after Game 2, were just sort of in control from Game 3 onwards, weren't they?
They were. They really were. There was that bit of a hiccup where I thought things were going to go a bit more back and forth over the course of Game 3 and 4, but Sparks looked like they were all just on fire. And they looked like the squad that we hoped to see over the course of this entire one. Again, as I mentioned before, when they hit the highs, they look incredible. And I think they looked incredible in this one. I'm really excited to see whether they can maintain it going forward into the playoffs and over the course of the next couple of opportunities they'll have in the playoff series, and maybe even the LAN if they can go that far. But for now, it is a big victory for them, one that guarantees their top 6 placement. And we're going to hear from Banana Man in a short few moments' time, so do not go anywhere. I hear he's got some new hair, so we'll see that after this. to the TCSE Sports League, where we're joined by Banana Man. His team Sparks has officially confirmed themselves as top 6 in the TCSE Sports League. Congratulations to you guys. You guys looked so on form in today's matchup. How are you feeling after that win?
I feel really great, actually. First of all, set up here. I don't know why, but my mic wasn't picking up on the computer, but I get that out of the way. We're really happy with that win. Like Martin said last week, we were working on our internal issues, not like personality, but like gameplay-wise, and I feel like we've come together to something work together, and we have certain ways to approach it. And I'm glad that it's working. I'm glad that I'm able to use what I'm comfortable with, what I can do, and what Squix can do, and what Martin can do. Like, you've seen Martin, he's literally carried this whole series. That's literally, he was scoring every opportunity that was given to him. I saw that, and I'm like, you know what, just keep feeding balls, everything. And I was really happy with the top 6, because yeah, I was really happy with that.
So off the back of that, I mean, Martin said that he was only going to do the one season going to, for this year, and then he's going to drop on out, allow Squix to go on further. But how badly now are you going to be like, no, dude, you can't leave. We need to build up and go even stronger going into next split, because you're safe. You're coming back. You're confirmed for the TCS Esports League Season 7. That's got to be a brilliant feeling, doesn't it?
Oh, that is amazing. I mean, season that I actually get to play and not sub, and I get to maintain my spot and to to win everything. So happy with that, with how I performed. I thought I wasn't going to perform to my expectations, but I'm very happy with how I played and how I managed to fit in this roster with Squix and Martin. They made it very well. If it wasn't for them, making it very welcoming, I don't think any of this. So I have to give him. Easy to fit in. Obviously, we're always open if you want to stay. We won't have that. But if he doesn't, obviously me and Squix are going to have to prepare something. Going to have to look for something. But like we always said, the door's marked, and none of this would have been possible if it wasn't for him. So yeah.
Well, definitely been a hell of a run for you guys in that particular respect. Again, you guys have evaded the relegation season, so you will be contesting in the TCS Esports League playoffs. So I want to know about your plans. How far are you guys looking to go when it comes to the last stage of the tournament?
Do you remember the first time when you interviewed me? Do you remember what I said on that week?
I actually can't remember it, no. I don't remember, Leo.
I said I was going to win it all, so there's your answer. Anything else?
I mean, yeah, to be fair, you did say that, actually. Now I'm thinking back now. You did say that. All right, well, look, I think we'll be looking forward to seeing you on LAN. That's where I think we need to focus on first and foremost. So, well, listen, obviously you guys have got to get there before that point, but I want to know if you have anything else you want to say just to the people at home, because it has been a hell of a run for you guys. It's been up and down. I know that there's been a number of people that have been supporting Sparks over the course of their run in TCS, so for you personally, is there anything else you want to say to close out your season?
Well, I just want to say huge for Squix and Martin for trusting me and bringing me into the roster, even though they didn't really know how well I played or how good I would be. So first of all, I want to say a huge thank you to both of them for, welcoming. And obviously I want to say thank you to Sparks Esports for also trusting, their players' calls and, let's try out Banana Man. And, I'm very happy for them to trust both of their players. That's very awesome. I also wanted to thank all the friends and family on the sidelines and the support. Without the small support of people believing it, you can't really go far. But it's those small people that make it really, really enjoyable when you get to see them happy, and they're happy for how well you're doing, or even how bad you're doing. They're still there to support you. So huge shout out to all the friends and family. They all know who they are. I don't really need to say any names. And shout out to my favorite casters as well, you know, Bacon and Jay. You know?
Imagine you would have come on.
Thank you.
Imagine you would have come on and said something like bacon and jam just to spite me. I'll get you a face down, I tell you. But no, yeah, again, congratulations on the win, Banana Man. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck going into the playoffs. We'll hope to see you back then very soon indeed. For now, though, it's a big win for you guys to clear out the regular season. But for a lot of other teams, the regular season is still not done. So as we head towards a short break, we come back with our Slightly Salty versus Ira Legacy series. And in that time, you folks at home can now enter the halftime show by typing #halftime to getting your hands on about 6,500 Rocket League points. Make sure you do that in the Twitch chat right now. Be drawing the participants over the course of the series. But for now, we head towards a short break and get started with our third series of the day.
Euch versalzen wir die Suppe.
And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League with our third series of the day here, and a very important one again for Slightly Salty and Ira Legacy, especially Slightly Salty, whose fate is not entirely in their hands, but what they can control is the outcome of this particular series. They can need a win, but as do Ira Legacy, Bacon. You were doing some maths before we went live, and you've noticed that maybe, just maybe, Lausanne might not be out of this one just yet.
So Ira Legacy currently sitting 4-4 on 0 as the game differential. Lausanne 3-5 on -5. So let's just say Ira Legacy get 3-0'd. Well, they're going to be on -3. If Lausanne 3-0 otherwise, well, they're going to be on -2. So technically, Lausanne is still in the fight, but I mean, that's a super tough call. You've got two matches where you have to go a specific way. Anything else, any game's gone a different way. And because Ira Legacy beat Lausanne way back in week 2, I do believe it was. I'm just checking. Yeah, 3-1 back in week 2. That means that Ira Legacy win it on out. So literally a game dropped is the condition.
Yeah, one game for Ira Legacy will be able to push them back over the hurdle, and that will be enough for them. And that's going to be the main difference maker for these sides. So I think for Ira Legacy, the pressure is off them because they won't need to win the series outright. But at the same time, it's also on them to have a good enough performance where they can, you know, separate themselves from the likes of Lausanne. And I question and I wonder whether or not there will be an opportunity ahead of the Lausanne sides that are ahead of them. Like you mentioned before, it's kind of got to be both ways, if you will. A 3-0 one way and a 3-0 for them, especially against Edelweiss. That's going to be a tough ask.
Is indeed. But on the opposite end, up at the top of the, table, you've got Slightly Salty there that are the only team to take down. Sorry, I'm looking at it and being a big old dumb boy. Coconut has beat Slightly Salty. Slightly Salty beat Edelweiss, and Edelweiss, beat Coconut. So you've got this weird little rock, paper, scissors competition going on up at the top. So Slightly Salty basically need to 3-0 this to have the best chance. They can probably drop a game, but then that's all going to come down to how Coconut is playing. Coconuts are going up against LETX, so that to me is not a safe 3-0 right there. LETX have shown themselves super powerful, and right now if we were to pick the 4 teams going to be at LAN, it's going to be those top 4, I think, as our predictions go. Coconut, Slightly Salty, Edelweiss, and LETX. Even though RA Legacy and Sparks could cause upsets, they've just been that sort of like class ahead of everyone else, haven't they? So Slightly Salty and Edelweiss still in for that top spot, but Coconut's looking good with that 2-game advantage.
Indeed they are, and that could be everything to them at this stage. Again, for Slightly Salty, a 3-0 would be preferable, and they need to sort of take that 3-0 in their hands to have their best chance of taking the top end of the table. Edelweiss will be sitting tied up with them as well, and looking at the situation, it's definitely going to be a case of a simple sweep series that they want their best chance possible against them at this particular stage. Of course, a reminder to you all that while this game is going on, you can enter the halftime show by typing #halftime in the Twitch chat, but in terms of the series itself, predictions, Bacon, where are you going for this?
For me right now, I've got to go to Slightly Salty. I think 3-1. I'm giving Ira Legacy a game here. Ira Legacy have had a tough end to their season, but they're still a solid squad, and I think they will be able to take a game. But who knows? Slightly Salty could give it their all today.
One game would be all they really need here on Ira Legacy. Turned in, but a shot immediately, Slightly Salty though, and Timo immediately gets the opening goal just past the first 20 seconds, and that is a fantastic one in from here.
That is indeed, what a read. Absolutely nuts. And Slightly Salty again know the condition. Throughout this whole season, it's sort of, I want to say, bloomed on them that they've got the possibility to win TCS this season. Timo's been hunting for it for so long, hasn't he, Jay? And now he's got the squad that looks close to being able to do it. Of course, Coconut is LETX, Edelweiss, possibly Sparks, and Ira Legacy standing in the way. First one standing in the way, Ira Legacy, and they have got to feel the pain. Today, though, they definitely are bringing a good game. They're holding out for a lot of this.
It's working out so well, even though that goal is working for the Slightly Salty favours. So they have the scoreline advantage, but Ira Legacy are playing a really solid game in this one. Ball into the centre, that demo from Juju denies Kasalian's chance to shoot down centre. Tufel still challenging on Carbo at least, so there's going to be that much here. And Juju here with defensive line, or offensive line I should say, going to challenge the defensive Kasalian. Carbo missing out, leaving it for his teammate. Instead, Pipifax shoots, and Timo is way too far forward. And that's the one goal that Ira Legacy will need.
You love to see it when Ira Legacy are playing up to par, and they're definitely looking at Slightly Salty and wanting to flex a little bit. They probably count themselves as safe. Perhaps they didn't run the numbers like us, Jay, and think they're already safe, so there's a lot of pressure taken off them. But who knows? Oh, what a save from Pipifax.
A true football goalie save right there, just stopping it in, trying to get it out of his defenders, and then work from there here. Ira Legacy still working on the defensive line, however. The attack continues for the likes of Slightly Salty and Timo. Another great chance directly in front of net, hitting it off the crossbar instead of past the line. Two players chasing up the left, though. Carbo is going to have them beat. Lead towards Pipifax here. Lead him over to the right-hand side here. Carbo will again take control, trying to beat out Tooth. He hasn't got a great enough touch, though.
Tooth has really been feeling it throughout the whole of this as well. He's been making so many good clearances, jumping across net. You've got Pipifax and Kasanian playing a little bit more reserve, so his little spark of life to him, where he's just playing that little bit faster and a little bit more aggressive, is thrown Slightly Salty in a bit of a loop. It makes the whole team a little bit less predictable.
Pipifax, second touch not allowed, leaves it for Tooth instead. And that is a beautiful play again from Ira Legacy. The teamwork working oh so well so far.
everyone's there watching Pipifax and going, oh, he's going for that double touch, and Pipi's just like, nah, I'm going to bring in the hair. 2 finishes it off. Beautiful stuff.
Well, look at Pipifax setting it in for Kasanian as well. Couldn't quite give him all the breathing room he needed. Got far, but not far enough. That ball still being sent off to the corner board. Tooth back up out of the centre. Turn away the backboard. Kasanian shooting wide of the marker. Pipifax there with a pinch away. Carbo following suit off the sideboard. Bounce into the centre once again. Pipifax teeing up. Kasanian with a big miss as Juju comes forward instead. Alongside Timo, these 2 individuals challenging Pippi. Carbo backing off. Too fear with the dribbles. Down into the box, will try pinch away, but he'll be unable to set anything up. Instead, it's Pipifax here following forward. Kasanian just challenging to keep that ball in the danger zone here for slightly salty. Might just dribble it in front, set up a shot. Pipifax unable to do so, and 2 for the same.
Slightly salty can't do worse than 3rd place finish for league play as well. Letiex later on are locked into 4th. They can't drop. They can't go higher now. So it's all super interesting because for a lot of teams, that's all going, well, we're going to be in that top match of the playoffs. We're just going to relax in this last week, but no. Slightly salty, have got that passion, they've got that drive to look the whole way. Right now, they need to look for an answer. 45 seconds left to go. Like we said, dropping a game would be massive.
Ball crossed out. Timo with a corner ball bounce, follows suit from his teammate trying to put over to the left. And Juju, 30 seconds left as he carries this in over to the box, unable to get the shot in. Carlo will try follow his suit instead, turned away by the likes of Tooth on the defensive. And like you mentioned, every game counts here. It could be game 1 going the way of Ira Legacy. Kasanian trying his best to get the pressure up. Timo again with a dribble play challenge, but Pipifax, that one's going to the right of the target. Turned away by Juju again, going to try to find a strike. Tooth there, close off the post. Carbo keeps it up high. Someone's got to find a dribble up. Kasanian's going to 50-50. It'll be down towards Carbo, clearing back. Juju, can he reach this ball in time? Tooth puts it off towards the corner, and it hits that floor for Ira Legacy to gain that first game.
And as they gain that first game, Lausanne, that's them locked out of top 6J. That is them confirmed in the demotion zone. Ira Legacy have done enough now to secure a top 6 finish. That was all they needed. But you've got to still think about it in the sense of that game differential. Sparks are on +1. Now, Ira Legacy are in a little bit of a difficult position because they could, I mean, realistically, it doesn't matter. They're both going to be facing up against each other in that lower match. So, Ira Legacy right now is sort of just play for fun.
Well, it could just be to play spoiler against Slightly Salty, because again, their game difference is going to matter when it comes to the tiebreakers against Edelweiss and these Coconuts camps. So for them, they're playing for serious. Ira Legacy is looking to play spoiler and see how much they can destroy the rest of the bracket that will come ahead of them in the playoffs. And yes, that first game might be a pretty much decisive factor by this point, but in terms of the future, well, Ira Legacy could take some much more closer competition a little bit later on or earlier on in the bracket. But Salty aren't going down without a fight. They're still getting goals in with some very good patient plays that Carbo is going to be unchallenged for.
The only TCS rookie in this lobby. And well. He's just got so much skill. You wouldn't think he's fresh to the scene. Carbo has been nuts and truly a difference maker for this squad. So mechanically skilled. Him and Juju leading the charge, and Timo sort of being so calculated in the back lines. This squad has got so much in them, but well, today, Ira Legacy are popping off.
That they are, 1-1. Back in at evens. 4 minutes to go to the clock, so still plenty of time for both sides to really pull away from each other. Ira Legacy, of course, doing so will be in with a huge upset victory. Carbo having his boost, trying to control out of the corner. Very awkward defensive coming in from the Salty Cap. Back in outside of the box, it's Juju to contest, challenging onto 2, beating out Kasani at least. The first player already had gone forward to bump the fence out of the way, so will Tooth try to do the same to Juju. Big miss for his teammate, he can't defend that! And Ira Legacy making mincemeat, picking apart his backline.
Oh, just that whiff coming on through, and Juju can't get up high enough. Reaction time's halting slightly, Salty. Pain right now for them, but on the opposite end, again, playing for fun. This is a revitalizing game for Ira Legacy, because Jay, you've got to remember as well, like we said, they've had a little bit of a slump in the last few weeks. Don't get me wrong. They won back in week 7 up against Vision Gaming, but it was in that game 5. They lost 3-1 to Sparks last week. How has this just been a runaway?
Which was a straight 50-50 challenge, and again, the angle so perfect for Carbo. Pipifax is not going to be happy about that one, the man involved in that challenge. And now we're 2-all to the board after Ira Legacy looks so good in their second goal. Now things might start looking a bit more awkward. Juju off to the sideboard bounce. Kasalian here into the sideboard, turned up and over. Juju will try challenge over to the corner. Timo missed out, Tooth turns away. Carbo getting involved here, turning up and over against Kasalian's part. Juju challenging Timo to receive it, puts it over and out into the green. Harper, in fact, is contesting against that position. Unable to get much of a touch in at this stage here. Carbo to the corner. Pipifax contesting. Nothing else going to come soon.
Halfway mark and slightly salty. Well, they've got to start looking a little bit more cohesive. We've seen a fair few whiffs from them. Just a little bit slow. They've got to reach that next sort of level of pace, but at the same time, quite a lot of their plays are running into each other, and that's a big, big opportunity missed by Juju, and this is what I'm talking about. Throughout the season, they've been absolutely stellar of making good in those opportunities like this right now. Good stuff, Juju. Where if the opportunity is there, they've got to sink it. They're good at that. They've got good reactions, but today, those reactions don't seem to always be lining on up, and so they look a little bit slow, a little bit sluggish at times, and don't make those whiffs, and it's an interesting one for Slightly Salty.
Well, 3-2 to the board, lead gained now by the Salty Camp, and plenty more to be scored. Can Ira Legacy, I mean, they've shown that confidence, can they re-find it and find some absolute stellar goals? It certainly won't come through if Juju and Carbo keep combining like that. But denied at the line, the save does come through. Timo back into the box, Carbo will be able to receive it, try to set up a decent play alongside Juju's part. Timo coming forward with a redirective to the left-hand side of the net, so it won't go on target and it won't be set up for anything here. Carbo takes that up and Tooth takes it away, off the backboard instead.
Time ticking. It's like Salty, I just want to see them build up their confidence, start building up their plays, start looking to that next sort of step in how to grow as a team, because going into next week, they're most likely now going to be in that first place matchup, and that's going to be a difficult one, whether it's against Coconuts or Edelweiss. You would imagine they're going to be on the back foot of that one, Jay. Even though they're a solid team, you just on paper wouldn't take them to win it. So use this as practice right now. Sort of feel it on out and look to hammer on home. You've got that goal advantage, take it, go into the next game, and then try and like play super aggressive, try and like weaken down your opponent. Try everything you can so that you're in the best mindset for next week.
Oh, what a redirect that could have been. At this point, all the case of styling it out here for Slightly Salty Ira Legacy. Trying to avoid that cushion. One within the difference here. Kasalian over to the corner. Carbo has control of this. Triple play is coming up. Pipifax will pump them out of the way, and Tooth will follow suit with the plays. Back into that box, Kasalian comes up clutch, but Timo and Co continue to pressure that ball out into no man's land. Carver's going to let it touch the floor, and Slightly Salty will be back on the board at 1-1 the series.
Got to be said, I gave our Legacy a game, like I said, Jay, but that's generally because Slightly Salty, when they're 2-0 up, sort of slip up on that third game, as we've seen in the past. But our Legacy, it is a breath of fresh air seeing them being able to perform at this level, and it's like a moment of pride for me, because the last 2-3 weeks I've sort of been a bit deflated with Ira. I've been there going, they're packing it on in, they're sort of like just getting complacent, but this is them playing at their best, and this is the team that we love. They've become a mainstay within the TCS. They're becoming that mid-table team, and this is showing their class. But oh, that block! Juju, that is dirty!
That it is! Perfect challenge from him, and another one that just goes so well for Slightly Salty. Another open net left for them. Well, Ira are going to start things off on the wrong foot here. The backline position. Timo looking to make it two very early into this game. Look at the ball control that he has. Unable to follow it all the way in with the goal itself, but got close to the box. Now back over to the Salty half. Carbo in against Kasalian. Will challenge against, just do some amounts here against their line. Pipifax crosses that back over the Tooth. What a shot, what a receival, but not going to target. I mean, it would have gone in if Juju wasn't there, but he was, so the save is called.
Oh, good touch by Carbo. Kasalian can't reach it one-on-one against Pipifax. And I wonder if that's Carbo there looking to roll it so that Timo could follow one. Timo's just changed up his car as well to come into this match, as he's now on the breakout. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know if that's really a great idea there. Still one.
Oh, miss from Pippi. Close stuff, quick stuff coming in from Ira Legacy, however. Pushed away by Juju back into the corner. Grab that 100 points of boost. Tooth turned away from the backboard and the corner board. Having the hundreds here, Timo following it around, Tooth getting involved with the sideboard. Juju contesting here, lacking in boost numbers. Carbo, 100 to his name. Beating the first, not quite the second. Timo will take that one high. Carbo trying to find a path back towards Juju. The best he can do is take it to the corner because he's just being so heavily contested on his backboard here. Ira Legacy. Preston against Timo, slips it underneath one defender, but the ball's completely halted thanks to that defense. So no real shots, no real opportunities. Backboard plays, Juju getting involved. Timo going to leave this for Carbo, but they're going to break away for the defensive line.
Yeah, they are. Tufir, though, is just throwing it as a clearance straight down to Carbo, and that's the issue. If he was to just take his time a little bit more, because no one was contesting him, and put it over to the right-hand side, it had been into open space. That's a good block out there, actually, as well. But yeah, if you were to throw it into open space there, they might be able to charge up and gain control of midfield, but where they throw it down the left, you can see Slightly Salty back on the attack.
Up here for Timo, crossed out to the midfield line by Pipifax, leaving it for Juju, who beats them, comes forward for Kasalian. Sideboard pinch into the corner. Carbo looking that one up, that's still sent it up for Pipifax's chance, and he shoots way too far wide. Kasalian, his second opportunity blocked up by Juju, and now he's going to chase in, try and bump Tooth out of the way, but Tooth has got to get that challenge in. That's exactly what he does. Kasalian finds Timo instead on his own demo, and now Kasalian with 0 points of boost on the aerial dribble, going to leave this for Tooth instead. He's lost control of his car, trying to back past the Pipifax. That ball instead sent over towards the green half, off the post. Kasalian's got to tip it wide, and that's exactly what he does. A continuous aggression, continuous shots coming in from Slightly Salty, and if they keep them pressed back, then they'll win this game off the back of the timer alone.
And they could, but that's not Slightly Salty's style. I mean, apart from, what was it, Salty versus Lausanne, where there was only 3 goals in that entire match, each of them going to Salty, one in that OT, 0-0 OT in game 1. Generally, though, they're a more aggressive side, so Perhaps, earlier on when I said about this team sort of like flexing their muscles and using this more as like a real life scrim, that practice, perhaps they are trying to learn to play that defensive game to prepare themselves for Coconuts, for Edelweiss, where they know they can do it on attack, but they're just trying to work more in that defense, because that's a super valid sort of like strategy, because we know how dangerous the attacks from Edelweiss, from Coconuts are, so working on your defense isn't a bad idea.
Tooth down, Timo up, Pipifax falling away, Juju getting involved, blocked off. Salient here controlling this dribble play right in front of the box, unable to slip it past Timo's defensive line, so kept away at the 30-second marker. Back into the Ira Legacy half, and they have struggled in this game. Slightly salty. Trying to keep some level of contention. Gasanian off the backboard once again. Big miss by Carbo. 2 for follow it up, and actually the line is completely opened up in the back. No idea where Salty went. Ira Legacy will equalize.
Ooh. Couple of little mistakes back in defense, but this is turning up into quite a good series. We're looking at it and just thinking probably going to be a little bit of washes. Very little up for grabs in this game, especially after that first game won by our Legacy, but it just shows the professionalism from these two squads and why we take so much pride in our Swiss players, is that no matter what, each game is a game that you want to win. Being able to say, we took down Slightly Salty, going in on through is crazy. And of course, there is always the possibility that these two teams could face off in the playoffs or in that LAN final.
And if they do so, then well, Ira Legacy will already have the proof that they can beat this squad. They'll already have the knowledge of how to do it. Still going to actually find their way onto position, though. It's Gasalian leading the Pipifax here with the dribble plays, involved against Carbo. Bump out! The ball's on! That's an overtime in 14 seconds. That is a hell of a way to score game 2.
That it is, Jay. Legacy. I love this road now. Boys are popping off.
That is amazing. Pipifax, rightful MVP with that goal. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable from him. Well, it gets match point for Ira Legacy. Slightly Salty now might be in trouble.
They might indeed. So Slightly Salty's biggest problem, again, like I said earlier, it just feels like that reaction time is a little bit lacking, but they need to get more creative with their plays as a team. Way too often do we see them just go for individual runs downfield. Again, I was stacking that up to them focusing more on the defensive play style, which they could just be looking to develop. But here, a win's a win at the end of the day. You might be using this as practice, because right now it could be decided, because relatively speaking for Slightly Salty, second or third, wherever they finish up in the league table doesn't change anything up for them. But they're Slightly Salty, they're finishing higher. They should win this. Pride is on the line, and that is a massive thing for players. I expect them, and I want them now to go all-out aggression and play the early days, Slightly Salty, from the start of the season, where they're just hammering in passing plays left, right, and center. And this could be a super exciting game 4.
That it could be. Match point for Ira Legacy. Slightly Salty again, looking to try and get something involved with this. If they lose this series again, what that could mean for the second and third place, which I realise isn't too much of a difference maker, but it could well mean something in terms of the seedings and the overall confidence of these sides. Juju down into the box. Does secure life again for the Salty side. That first being scored by them once again. Can they hold on to this lead?
Tooth just being able to get a touch there, but a little bit too late. Of course, the momentum from the ball, if it's going to go flat, it's still going to sort of creep on over. It's a physics-based game after all, so Tooth going to be kicking himself before he had it. Again, this aggression is very far forward line coming on out from Slightly Salty, where they're just wanting to put the pain a little bit on to Ira Legacy. Carbo 1-on-1. Oh, so close to being nutty.
But not to be in the end. These balls on these angles are just so ridiculously close here from the Salty side. Ball in off the backboard, turn away to the right-hand side. Timo can block off, 60 points of boost to his name. Got a challenge on Tooth. Off into that right-hand side, him and Pipifax here with dribble plays. Crossed off, trying to lock out to the mid-centre. Pipifax with control of the dribble. Ira Legacy, in that last game, it took them forever to score that equaliser. They're trying their best to get something spooled up, but the offensive is just not really there for them at the moment. Good ball placed up high off the backboard, but no follow-up shot coming in from Kasalia, blocked up by Juju for a second time there. Go back to the midfield once again.
And when you look at these two teams, there's not really a massive game plan improvement needed. It's just coming down to accuracy on a lot of their shots. Oh, what a pinch away. Juju's looking to chase it on. That is slightly above net, but Juju's going to be first, maybe just with the front bumper of his car, going to be able to keep it on away. And it is just such finite margins which are deciding this game, Jay.
I think had Kasalian not blocked that ball, that pinch actually would have gone in the back of the Ira Legacy net. Not quite to be in this case here. Tooth, Kasalian on the attack, but still unable to find a ball into the back of the net. Carbo's going to try counter-attack it. Good challenge, Pipifax turn high at the crossbar. Good shot from Timo, blocked by Pipifax. Tooth and Kasalian involved. Good flick, that's too far wide. No follow-up on a second player. Good effort, but not to be by Ira Legacy. They're really struggling with ideas here on the offensive side. Carbo and Timo making a couple of bumping play mistakes, which is allowing them to get those clears in, but when it comes to the goals, Slightly Salty is still in the lead.
They are. And again, they know how to hold on to a lead, so it's a weird one even at 1-0. Ira Legacy getting less opportunities towards net as well. They do feel more locked into their own half, as I say that. Pipifax, only 23 left in tank. He can't do anything more with that. He's just running it towards net to be a threat. But it works to get Ira Legacy up to that midfield line. They've just got to hold on to it now.
Ball left open, Kasalian trying to pass it back. Pipifax to that corner, Tooth wrapping over, blocking Carbo's shot. Finding a demo against his name, that sends the ball way off kilter, so back to the drawing board for Slightly Salty's defensive line. They're off to the back ball once again. Timo, big miss against Tooth. Tooth holding presence above Juju as well, who also can't get a decent shot in, but at least his further touches than the rest of the Slightly Salty players are, and certainly more offensive opportunities than Ira Legacy have been getting in the last 2 minutes. Only 1 minute left to the clock here, and Juju is going to block it again. Demo in, might have taken one player out the left-hand side, but with the net itself still being marked off, there's no way in for Ira Legacy.
Yeah, some very standard Rocket League right now with two-man defense, so yeah, a little bit harder for those demos to actually work, but Ira Legacy are trying it, hoping that they will stack up eventually, ruin the rotations, and get something out of it. Pipifax throwing it downfield, but Carbo should be there, taking up and over, and yeah, like I said, Carbo able to easily get that off to the side. Juju and Timo back in the net, so they're pretty much safe as houses.
30 seconds, shot in, Pippi missed out, Kasalian trying to get the block off in, and Timo getting involved to secure it away. Ball off the backboard. Tooth and Pipifax standing it over towards the corner. Put back down, good touch in. It doesn't quite go to target, and it's still going to be defended against by the likes of Juju now. He's got control, lacking his boost numbers, but all he's got to do is control this in the green half. Kasalian with a clear away. He's completely unsupported. Carbo's going to tee that up. Pipifax to receive it, but Carbo's block is enough to stop it from going in the back of the net. And we go to game 5, Bacon. Ira Legacy contesting against Salty. Salty have been on the back foot overall, but in this game they come up good with some really confident stuff.
Yeah, I bet you Carbo was a little bit sweaty there at the end, very close to dropping it and going to OT, where we've seen Ira Legacy really show themselves beforehand. But again, the madness of this season. Right back, if this was week 1, week 2, this would be expected between these two squads, like this close a match. But it's just as the weeks go on, as those expectations get morphed and, you know, somewhat moved on about. You coming into today, I was so sure, and I thought I was being generous to Ira, giving them a game here, going 3-1 slightly salty, but Ira really showing their worth. And just that they sort of got a little bit wayward in the middle of the season, but they're working back towards themselves. They know they've got that playoff position and they want to make good on their chances. So for them not to count it off, just to not be like, okay, we're safe into next season, and instead going, we're still fine for this. We want to go to the LAN. That is the passion for Rocket League, which I love from Ira Legacy.
30 seconds into this game, and so far it has been awkward contention coming in for them. Timo, dribble play into Juju, blocked away by Bibifax. Carbo comes up to the ceiling, continues to contest, pinch away off the backboard, unable to go so far on the offensive line. Pushed away in the end by Ira Legacy. Still a shot, followed up by Timo. What a connection for Salty.
Oh, that it was. Tooth did all he could on the save, but Carbo to Timo in the box. All three players really overcommitted there, so it was a risky move, but that is just so quick and clean. And why Slightly Salty are in the position they are on the leaderboard is those passing plays like that. But what the heck? Tooth to Kassalian. Anything you can do, I can do better. This is a work of art.
All sorts of connections found between Salty and Ira Legacy now. Both sides getting involved. And both sides striking hard just past the first minute. Slightly Salty, again, looking for a series that should rightfully be theirs. And Carbo will take the onus of the defensive to try and make it theirs so far. It's not going to quite work out, though. 100 boost picked up in the midfield. Juju's going to get caught on rotation. Bibifax painting out the corner. He's also got 100 points of boost, leaving it for his teammate instead, trying to conserve it for the right moment. Pick his chances. Two Finn, two players committing. Bibifax will now go up to try to put this ball away from Carbo, but his angle's not great. Off that corner, bounce to the backboard. Juju contested, two follow suit. Good shot on, turned away by Carbo. Ball back in towards the box here, leaving Kassalian a chance to strike. Is turned away by Timo, though. Right on target. That could be dangerous, and Tooth's got to turn that high of the crossbar. Carbo's still back down. That bumping play almost worked. Timo off the crossbar can't make it happen. He'll try for a second recovery, but it just doesn't come through.
The resilience from Ira Legacy is so commendable. They're looking stoic in defense, and thus keeping this game 1-all, 2-all up on the scoreboard as well for the series. This one is going to go right down to the wire, and even though Slightly Salty pressuring Ira Legacy there, Ira Legacy still find ways to get on out. They've just got to be a little bit careful about not running downfield. They've got to build up slowly.
Kassalian sending this to Tooth, trusting it back to Kassalian, blocked up by one of the defenders there. Slightly Salty, good efforts from them. Still, Bibifax wins a good challenge, sends this one right to the net. Carbo's got to defend against Tooth and Kassalian, waiting for their next moments, and Kassalian's going to be the man to stop this from going right towards their own net. Ball back towards the corner, good shots on, but Juju defending against that. Again, would have been a really stellar goal from them if it had come out. Ira Legacy, they're having the ideas, they're having the moments, they're just not finding the full-on execution, or they're otherwise being blocked out of it. I think it's more so the latter than the former. Oh, big miss from the Bibifax! And that might cost them everything!
I was going to say, for Ira Legacy, they just got to keep throwing these towards the net. One of these ideas, one of these chances at goal will come to fruition. They will be able to convert it. They just got to keep hammering away. But I guess the same could be said for Slightly Salty. They see an opportunity to throw it towards the net when their opponent's a little bit far away, a little bit awkward, got to go for that pre-jump, and they will take that. It's crazy how big the prediction game of Rocket League can be.
Still a minute and 25 to recover this here for Ira Legacy, but knowing that they really shouldn't have conceded that goal might happen them a little bit. Tooth off the corner, Juju involved, bumping Tooth out of the way. Timo here off the sideboard, pinches it back. Carbo contesting, Tooth and Bibifax. Oh, now there's Bibifax here, bumping Tooth out of the way, leaving it all on Kasalian instead. Ball up to the backboard here, contested back, Tooth to clear it away. 60 seconds left to the clock, trying to pinch it back in. Timo tees up, Carbo going to contest it here, continue his own challenges. The demos are pretty decently received, and from the corner, we will play it out. Ball off the backboard again, Juju up, Bibifax bumping him out of the way. Tooth to follow it suit off to the corner board, bounce down the center line perhaps. Timo pass back into Kasalian, Tooth tees it up, still trying to carry this forward. Has Carbo and Timo in the corner, taking that dangerously in front of the net, but allowing Juju a chance to quickly tee it away. 30 seconds remain. Still Ira Legacy are on the attack. Still Kasadian hunts for his chance. Centers it up. Bibifax almost bumping one out of the way, but he didn't connect the shot. Tooth can recover it, put it back in the box, but it's denied by Salty's defensive. 15 seconds remaining. Bumps involved. Carbo shoots. No one's in the back line. And that will secure Slightly Salty a 3-1 game and probably a 3-2 series.
Oh, Bibifax there on the other end. If he had called Tooth in a little bit earlier, knowing that he wasn't getting it, perhaps Tooth could have made gold out of it. But no, throwing everything, even the kitchen sink at Slightly Salty there. And Ira Legacy had nothing in defense. Carbo just being able to run it. With that, it's just now a formality. Let the ball touch the floor, but another formality, another unspoken or at least unwritten rule is rule 1 within Rocket League J. Do not let the ball touch the floor. Get as much money it's worth out of this game as you possibly can.
It's all as if the players are paid per minute in the... One final shot is Juju, turned in by an own goal. To close it out as appropriate. Slightly Salty, again, taking the series, but probably a lot closer on the series than we thought it should have been, Bacon.
Oh, definitely there, Jay. I mean, again, predictions, 3-1, Slightly Salty. Perhaps Ira Legacy can take a game off if they're feeling good, but oh boy, were Ira Legacy feeling good. And now, like, you gotta think, last week, during Matchday 8, Ira Legacy got slammed down by Sparks. Like, Game 3 Sparks just went to that whole other level. And now I'm looking at this and going, Ira Legacy have got the potential to maybe go to LAN now. Like, LTX, Ira Legacy, and Sparks, between those three, who knows? It is going to be a very, very juicy battle next week in the playoffs, isn't it?
Indeed it will be, but Slightly Salty starting to lack in form. That might be a juicy battle between them and Edelweiss when it comes to the playoffs themselves. So could be very interesting depending on how Edelweiss do in their matchup a little bit later on today. But for now, Slightly Salty showing some cracks in their skin, if you will. But we'll see how well they'll focus fire going into the playoffs next week. But for now, we're going to head towards a short break, and we'll get to hear from the big boy himself, Juju, joining us in the commentary box after this. Don't go anywhere. TCSE Sports League continues after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're joined now by Zhu. His team of Slightly Salty has just managed to tip past the final hurdle against the likes of Ira Legacy and take their victory here in the TCS Esports League final match day. Not quite securing your position within the top two as of right now. Could still be taken by Edelweiss. And partially down to the fact that you guys didn't win it in the most confident of fashions. But at least you do have that plus 17 overall game difference for you guys at the moment. But in that series, were you coming into that a bit more complacent? Were you expected to win that matchup overall?
Yeah, we expected to win this match, but we struggled to play today. Ari showed a different play style that we had to use to see them playing, and it surprised us a bit. I think we did some mistakes that costed us the two games. We shouldn't have done these mistakes. It was like stupid mistakes.
And so with that, I mean, straight up, you guys are secure a top 3 finish no matter what. So that's got to be a lot of weight off your backs coming into this week, as it was anyway. But I mean, we saw Ira Legacy really step on up, and it's not all going to be down to your mistakes. So if you could pick out one of the 3 players on Ira Legacy that was being, let's say, a nuisance, being a troublemaker for you guys, who was it?
Good question. I would say Toif.
Respectable
why
choice.
was that?
Respectable choice.
I think Toif, he's the fastest player and probably have better mechanics, I would say. But it's hard to pick.
Well, for you guys, obviously, you're still not quite out of the woods just yet. There is a technical opportunity in which you'll be able to make it into the top 1 position if the Coconutters lose in their matchup and if Edelweiss are unable to secure their series as well. But I think at the moment, would you say that your position with the top 3 is where you hoped to be, or like where you expected to be, or where does that come into compared to your early season expectations? How far have you come on that in that respect?
Oh, I think we reached our objective. We wanted to go to the LAN. We wanted to be top 3, and yeah, that's we are satisfied of what we've done. It's true that we are close from top 1, but yeah, we cannot say it's undeserved. Coconutters and Edelweiss are really strong opponents, and we'll have our chance to beat them in the playoffs and the grand finals.
And it's got to be said then, my last question, out of Coconuts and Edelweiss, who would you prefer to meet in that playoffs? Because, like I said, for the guys at home that probably tuned in for the first time right now, the playoffs, the top 2 teams that go in there are guaranteed to go to LAN, but it's all about whether you go into the LAN in the upper bracket or into the lower bracket. And who would you prefer to face off against that you can get into the upper bracket at LAN is my question there. Coconuts or Edelweiss?
That's hard to say, because I would say now Edelweiss with Polar is stronger than ever. And yeah, it's a great team now. But Coconutters, we still lost against them 3-1. I would definitely say I prefer to play against Edelweiss just because we've won against them this season, but it will be a very hard match anyway.
Well, always tough to go forward in the position that you guys are in at the top end of the table, but you guys, as you mentioned, are in the LAN right now. So in terms of how you want to do during the LAN itself, a lot of people have just been saying we want to go all the way and win the whole thing, but does that also resonate with you? Are you guys looking to claim the trophy this time?
Yeah, that's the only objective remaining.
Awesome, I like it. Well, congratulations for you, Juju. Right now, you are in the running for that trophy. As you mentioned, your side is safe. You guys will be at the LAN event. It's the case of who you take on in the online playoffs to decide who seeds where in what portion of the bracket. So for now, I'll leave you guys some time to prepare as we get ready for our final 2 series of the day. But before we get even into that, the TCS Halftime Chamber is coming up with Strike. We've decided 2 competitors that will look to try and gain their share of 6,500 Rocket League points. So we'll go to that and we'll come back with our final 2 series of the day.
And here we are again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for sticking around for the one, the only TCS Esports League halftime show. I gotta do that. There you go. Thank you very much for sticking around. It's great to have you all again as we do the TCS Esports League halftime show again. And I'm gonna have to disappoint some of you because Destro is not gonna be around this time. We found 2 other competitors this time around. And first, before we talk about what we're gonna do this time, let's talk to the 2 men that are going head to head tonight to battle it out for nothing else than 6,500 credits in total, 4,000 and 2,500 respectively, and of course the glory of being one of the best Rocket League artists in the country. How about we start with our first contestant, Shikeshi. How you doing tonight, my dude?
Hello, I'm doing good.
That's good to hear.
I really enjoyed watching the games.
Okay, what did it go how you planned, how you wanted so far? Did your favorites win?
Well, of course, since I've been rooting for Vision Gaming, it was a really good matchup, really close matchup. The overtime was really, really stressful to watch.
That's overtime. It's always, last time I think we had an overtime of like 10 minutes last time or something. This time it was a few minutes as well. Insane. Like at some point you feel like it never ends. Who's gonna make a mistake first? That's probably gonna decide the whole game. But Shikeshi, Rocket League is one of your favorite games then, I assume. How long have you been playing it?
I've started in the beginning with a friend just for like funsies. Saw it on a stream and was like, yeah, we can play it a bit. And yeah, didn't think much about it. And then like took a break for a year or something and then just started playing it again for myself and just got way better in a really short time.
The grind.
So I started really grinding the ranks and yeah, now I'm here.
What rank are you then?
Currently I've dropped down to C3 again, but normally I'm pretty much around GC1 all the time.
Dude, that's lit though. GG, man. But you're gonna have a strong competitor tonight, at least I hope. We haven't met him yet. His name is Remo Raid, or just Remo, actually. How are you doing tonight, man?
Hello. Yeah, I am doing very good. Thank you very much.
It's nice to hear. What about you, Rocket League? How long have you been? How long have you been in the scene?
Oh, actually, I haven't been so long in the scene. I started playing Rocket League in late 2019, so
okay.
It's gonna be tough for sure.
But I mean, would you say you're good?
No.
Okay. Well, the man is honest. The man does not play games. The man says it like it is. But that means we should get into the competition that tonight is something we've already done, ladies and gentlemen, and it is flying through rings. Each of these contestants is going to have 3 minutes. Whoever gets more rings obviously wins, and we have a little tiebreaker in case they get exactly the same amount. But before we start, I'm going to have to plug in my beautiful wireless headset because of course I'm an idiot and I didn't do it on time, so it just informed me that the battery is about to run out. But that shall not distract us from the competition that is about to happen. We are switching over to Shikeshi's stream. Are you ready to compete? I'm gonna count you in. 3, 2, go. And then we want to see some Gucci flying. Are you ready, Shikeshi?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, then here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's go! And here he goes.
Wow, the door doesn't open.
The door doesn't open, hits the door, but you're probably going to be able to like pick that up easily. Goes to the first few with ease, like no problem. Hits the ramp for a little bit of boost real quick, goes to the next one. Obviously you have like unlimited boost on this map. You have as much boost as you need, and then go downstairs to the next one. Hits the platform. Ooh, tight, but now a yellow one. These are a little tighter. There's going to be even tighter holes that are going to be red. So the blue ones are actually the easier ones. And there's just like there's just a bunch of blue holes that he just flies through with ease. Remo sitting in his chair right now going, snap, what am I gonna do? I don't know. Because I'm just saying, Remo, you said you weren't that good. I'm not calling you anything. But Chikashi doing really well, hitting a perfect angle for hitting the platform, going straight to the next one, hitting the next goal easily, and now here's the yellow rings. Okay, apparently we do not have in-game sound right now. Let me see if I can fix that. And I can. It was my mistake. I forgot to unmute you because that's the good host I am. Thank you very much, chat, if you if you noticed it. And the next ramp, easy peasy lemon squeezy, hits another yellow, goes through to the ramp, through another blue one, nice little somersault right there, another yellow one. It's so simple. It's so easy. Oh, and there we go again. It seems so effortless for this man. Incredible. The yellow ones, I don't even think last time we did rings it was that simple. Great. Look at this. And now the blue ones. I wonder if this contestant is gonna fail anything. Here's the first red one. Is he gonna? Oh, the further, a very tight one. But will he save it? No, he will not. The first red one, the takedown. But that second time gets him in. Now the yellows, another yellow, and here's a red one because those are super tight. Oh, and hits on the yellow. Can he still save it? Can he hit the ramp and save it? He can. There's a super big one coming up right now, and you got 50 seconds left on this one. Hits the yellow easily. Ooh, and now he smelled blood. Now he wants that big one, the red one. This one is an easy one to take. Big ramp, and now you're gonna have to go back and go over it into the, it looks like Chikashi. Yeah, you hear him. It looks like he just barely made it through the back circle and around the very tight corner right into the yellow ones. But just easily, just smoothly, like butter, like honey, goes through those yellow ones, and here's the blue one, hits it to the next platform. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and another platform goes through the blue, another blue. How many platforms do we have so far? I think production is counting ahead. You have another 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. You made 10 checkpoints. 10 checkpoints in 3 minutes. 11 checkpoints, actually. Congratulations. Well done. Did I say effortless hosting? Nah, that's definitely not the kind of hosting I do. Well done, Chikashi. Well done. And before we talk to you, we're gonna give Remo Raid his 3 minutes of glory right away and switch over to his stream. Remo, are you ready for me to count you in?
I am.
Are you?
I'm also kind of nervous, but I drank some water to get it more focused. So let's hope it will
So
work
basically, focused water, because you should always drink a lot of water to be focused. Water is very important, ladies and gentlemen out there. If you haven't drank a good 10 glasses of water yet today, how about you get yourself a whole bottle right now and just gulp that stuff down, because water is important for your well-being. Are you ready? I'm gonna count you in when you're ready.
Yes.
Remo Raid, let's get some hype for this man in the chat. 3, 2, 1, let's go. 11 checkpoints are going to have to be beaten. Will have to be beaten. Okay, my English is failing me. The first ones easily goes to the first ones. It looks like Remo isn't as bad as he made us believe he is. The big one easily taken. The first few platforms are, you know, in quotation marks, just gonna be easy ones, not too harsh. A little bit of training. This one was a harder one to take, but oh, hits the yellow one a little bit. Can he save it? He can. Goes through the blue, saves it in the last second. Well done. A platform, and this one was zu geil, we would say in Swiss German, but there is no real equivalent in English. He went too hard. He went too fast. I don't know. Takes these one easily. This must be like the 3rd or 4th checkpoint if I count it correctly. Through the tighter blue ones. Ooh.
No.
Come on! Don't do the SpaceX. And he didn't. And he hit the platform and he saved it. Well done. Here's another platform as a reward without having to start from the... Oh, and I should not have spoken too soon. because I did. And here's the yellow ones. Oh, but nice control with the tick boost. Very well done. And the up ramp, and then has to go through the relatively tight blue ones with a slight left corner, slight left curve. 1 minute, 36 seconds left. You got this, my dude. You can do it. Platform. The next one. And here's the yellow one again. Almost perfect landing on the platform. But the last little bit of yellow hit. That was skijg wieder einmal. And this one might be now he learned. No more stunts. Easy peasy. Safe play. Yep. Another platform. Here we go. It's through the big one. And here's another yellow one to take. We're going to enter the realm of the mostly yellow and red circles. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is the big boy part of the race right now. Another minute left, as he has to go through the first row of only yellow circles. Absolute tight control. You know, the finger dexterity that you have to display here is immense, ladies and gentlemen. It's the blue. Tries to jump off and lands in the water again through the yellow ones. Did so well the last time though. But then on the outside, when he came out of it, there was the failure. But it looks like he learned his lesson again for this time, taking a very nice route. And it looks like the blue one, but the second blue one might not make it. Can he save it? Is he pushing it up? He will. Goes to the next blue one and another one. It's so close to the platform, and there it is. Flies over the platform right into the next red one, but that was a little bit too harsh. Another 10 seconds left on the clock. Will he save it? Oh my god, the saves. Ladies and gentlemen, the saves right now. Another yellow, another red. Will he do it? He will. But just so close, and the time is over. The time is over. Your 3 minutes are up. I did not count the platforms. How many platforms did he have? Did you count them? Remo?
Certainly not enough.
Not enough, he says. Let me check what production says. Let's see real quick what production says. This is checkpoint 8. So it looks like we have a winner. Because if I count it correctly, you made 8 platforms and your opponent, Shikashi, made 11. Am I right there? Damn. But ladies and gentlemen, in chat, can we just very quickly, I wish I had like action replays or something. The saves that we just saw here from Remo Raid, that was immense. Like the air control in a tight spot was actually immense. But I have to say, to our winner, Shikeshi, off tonight. Congratulations, Shikeshi, in the chat. Can we get some clap in the chat for Shikeshi? 4,000 credits will be paid out to you, will be given out to you in game for winning tonight's TCS Esports League halftime show. And of course, 2,500 credits to our second place. That's not a loser. That's just the second place. To Remo Ray. Both of you did very well. Shikeshi, when you were done with your round, were you like, I got this? Or were you like, he might actually get it? Do you know each other's playstyle?
I do not know Remo's playstyle, and I have to say, I don't actually play Rings map that much, so
okay.
It was like a jump in the cold. Well, I had the little time before to just look at it. Basically into the cold right away, and
well played.
Kinda clean. I got through the tight parts quite well, and also kinda fast. So it felt really good, and I was like, okay, let's see if any fails come in early, and then I might have it already from there on. But
you pulled it off, man. You didn't even need many saves because you actually didn't make a lot of mistakes. That was pretty impressive. But Remo, those saves, is this your regular level of car control, or was it the adrenaline? Was it the push?
It just means I make a lot of mistakes.
So you make more mistakes, so you had to learn how to correct mistakes even more. Okay, that's one way to look at it. But are you happy with your performance tonight, Remo?
I could have done better, but I was too nervous. I couldn't find my flow. My hands were always shaking. But yeah, I'm just honored to be part of the TCS Esports League, or respectively the halftime show.
The main event, really the halftime show. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this was Shikeshi and Remo Raid. Both of you, thank you so much for playing along. Have a beautiful rest of your evening and a great week, of course. Stay safe, don't get COVID, wash your hands, wear masks, and I hope you have a lot of fun watching the rest of the show, okay? I'll see you in chat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. And ladies and gentlemen in chat, thank you so much for hanging out for the one, the only, the TCS Esports League halftime show. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with me. Again, my name is Strike. You'll find me as @ThatGuyStrike on basically every social media, or just Strike on Twitch. If you like what you saw, leave me a follow there, and I'm gonna give it back to the dear Digital Bacon and the Epic Eternal J for our next match that is going to be the Coconutters versus Litix. Thank you so much for having me. Have a beautiful rest of the evening.
Diese Season ist vieles anders, aber vor allem, dass wir gewinnen werden.
And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League here for our final couple of games of the day. Thanks, Strike, for taking over for the halftime show, giving our beautiful voices a bit of a rest. But now it's squeaky bum time, Bacon. There's very little moving room when it comes to the rest of the table, but there are still some things that could change over the course of the next couple of games. Particularly, it all rests to the favour of the Coconutters right now, who ideally want to take as confident a win as possible to ensure that Slightly Salty do not steal the series, the top of the table away from them. If somehow LetTX are able to take an upset above them, then that means the Coconutters will finally be dethroned from the top of the table.
So the way that it works currently right now, if Edelweiss 3-0, Coconutters get 3-2, then Edelweiss win because Edelweiss took down Coconutters. But if Coconutters win 3-1 or 3-0 naturally, then they are top of the leaderboard. That's how it works. Of course, though, if Coconutters don't get a win, well, unfortunately, LetTX can't move up, and at the same time, Coconutters are going to be in that second, third spot. So it really just comes down to the 3-1, 3-0 scenario for Coconutters. If they do get that 3-2, or if they do lose, well, then it all comes down to Edelweiss to try and usurp some, add some little extra spice onto it, which is quite crazy that we could be going down to the last game of the day.
Indeed, we could. So I think that this was still going to be an interesting time overall. We're starting to decide that top one position, so we're kind of holding out and hoping that we can see the right sort of teams come out in the right place, especially the case of Slightly Salty, who is sitting there and hoping to God that both of the teams end up losing in their series today. It's very unlikely that they can do, but right now, for the Salty side, that is their only chance to be able to overtake the likes of the Coconutters and the Edelweiss camps. And if they can do that, then that would cap off what has been a very, I don't want to say sleeper season, but I think that's the only real word that I can find to describe that, because we never expected Slightly Salty to be at the top of the table. I don't think they've ever been at the top of the table so far this season. They have been sitting and floating around that little top 4 contention position, but they've never really been definitive challengers for the top of the table. So for them to take a victory here today and to secure themselves as the top team, automatically seeded as the top seed in LAN, that would be huge for them.
So Slightly Salty have been top, but it's not been ahead of anyone else. It's sort of like just been game differential, and I think it was, yeah, it's a whole weird sort of case. So by all accounts, it might have just been one game, you know, ahead of anyone else. So realistically, it's not been a convincing lead for anyone throughout the entirety of the season. Right now is probably the most convincing lead we've ever had with Coco and Utters, you know, just being 2 games ahead, which is not really crazy at all in many different contexts. But when you're coming into the last week, it is, because, like we put it, Coconut is, if they win 3-1, well then they're safe, you know, or should be safe anyway. Actually, no, they definitely are safe, because then there'll be 4 games on the differential ahead of Edelweiss, and Edelweiss can't get 4 on the differential, can they? So it's just nuts going on into this one. Unfortunately, now Lausanne are locked on out. So they don't have anything left in it. And like we said with LetTX, they're just guaranteed 4th, which isn't bad for them, of course, because that means they get 1 step further in the playoffs. They've only got 1 match to play next week, which has got to be a lot of comfort in case that they're going to be watching that Sparks versus RL Legacy and going in with fresh eyes in seeing who how to play against whoever wins out those 2 teams. On the opposite end here, when you got Coconuts now, I'm just looking at this team and going, this is good practice for them before going into those players, before going to LAN, because Coconuts haven't had a IRL LAN yet as a team, have they? I mean, we've seen Yagi before at LAN, but this squad we haven't seen. And I mean, still in a lot of cases, we don't know if, say, Dead Monster is going to be available for LAN due to international travel the way it is right now. They've got Classic on the sub bench. We've seen Classic play this season already, and Texo, Yagi, and Classic is a solid roster. But we do expect Texo, Yagi, and Dead Monster to be the team at the LAN final. And that, I mean, for many of these players, is going to be the first time they actually meet in person, which is also crazy. And love that we're able to get back into the studio in, I can't believe I'm saying it, only 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, just under 3 weeks' time, as 12th of June is when those LAN finals take place. That is not far away at all, is it?
It's not. It really is not. And for the Coconuts especially, knowing that this team formed in Season 3, which was our last LAN event, they qualified for those finals, but they weren't able to attend due to, as you mentioned, international situations. So, you know, for them, it will be it will be a very interesting and exciting time for them to be able to hold it together in that particular respect. Coconuts right now, they are set and ready to take on the LetTX side as we get to our first game of the series. Coconuts in black half, LetTX in white, the perfect contrast of colours. Looking like a 1930s early movie. So, let's get to it. It's a very important one for the Coconuts to win, as we mentioned before. Ideal for the sweep if possible. If not, just take the win, take the W, secure your spot at the top end of the table. It's Mino down into the defensive initially. Cross from Texo, almost landing to get that opening start, not to be in the end. Dead Monster's got to hold the defensive together for now.
I'd love one day, Jay, to be able to cast in like a early 20s radio broadcast style. One thing I also love is that new F1 car. Yes, a bit pricey on the pack, but damn, do they look good. A little bit small though. It's weird seeing like reality and I don't know, the cartoonish nature of Rocket League match over each other.
Do they have the same hitbox as the Octane, or are they different?
I think they're the same as the Animus, which I don't know. I think they're planks. They look like planks, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're Dominuses because, I mean, good hitbox.
Oh, regardless.
Twitch chat, tell us.
Be the next Batmobile, wouldn't it? Remember when that was the meta for all defensive players? Yeah. Yagi saving the ball, coming in for the LetTX attack. Okay, well, off that backboard is where Aqua's going to place that ball, returned in by the Coconut side, blocked by Texo initially, almost throwing Mino off. He barely got that defensive together. Aggie trying to get out of dodge as Mino holds. Then Monster bounce out the sideboard. Aqua and Arku going to try to look for their way back out. Shot close, denied by one. That ball still pretty close towards it, but Aqua keeps it away. Sideboard bounce, shot set up high. Turned away by Dead Monster, back down in towards the corner. Arku bounce away, Texo leaves it away. Aqua and Mino with shot on, and Mino will score the opener for Letty X.
Letty X, of course, probably the best of the rest as we describe them, and well and truly, with a shoo-in for that LAN, it's got to be said, and this is going to be the real tester, and a perfect time in the season to face against one of these top teams, Jay, where now they get to prepare themselves right before, like we said, just under 3 weeks until LAN, and they can go, okay, how do we handle this? If they get the, say, loss here against Coconut State, they can go away, look over the VODs, and really practice. They get the win, and boy, oh boy, they're going to be up there on Cloud9.
Well, not the team, but, you know.
Yeah.
The speaking is
saying still.
Wouldn't that be an absolute big ball play, though? Cloud9 picking up a
Cloud9
TCS
seeing
roster.
TCS and like, yes, we want it. I mean, wouldn't blame them.
We'll ball out to the corner. Yagi and Aqua getting into control. Texo, right, 25 points of boost. Dead Monster getting back down into the corner. Going to have his teammate to feed back to the center line. Goes so far wide because Texo's not there to receive it. Eventually does tee it off. Back in a Dead Monster, unable to go for the shot on. Yagi following suit, back into Texo's positioning, back over to Arku's angle as they sort of rebound this ball. Can't quite find a strike for it here. We're 3 minutes deep into this game, and Letty X have that advantage. Coconut is struggling to get some offensive spawned up.
Well, it's because Letty X are a faster squad, and that sort of nullifies a lot of the power. But boy, oh boy, when they come together for passing plays, like, this was just handed over to Yagi. Dead Monster coming on in. I don't know, give him the ball a little on the way through as well, just to seal it. Beautiful stuff.
Sealing the deal and getting that even starting eventually. It took a bit of an effort, however, for the Coconut side, so not coming into this one with the highest level of confidence that we expect from a team who is top end of the league.
It's never going to be an easy game, we knew it.
That is true, that is true. Okay, but maybe it might get easier as it goes on, especially if you keep hitting shots like this.
I know the Ferraris have had a little bit of a tricky time recently, but just getting outsped there. Beautiful stuff from Texo.
That's a good reference, I like that.
Good stuff this weekend at Monaco, it's got to be said.
Awkward touch there from Arku. Taken away on defensive, Dead Monster off into the midfield line. Texo's going to grab that 100 boost. Yagi sends it very far out of position. Arku off to the corner, Texo leaving it. Then Monster comes up, Yagi trying to receive this ball, will be able to contest it against Mino's part. Sideboard bouncing into the corner once again. Aqua takes it into the midfield. Texo trying to pass it back to Dead Monster. Dead Monster is not in position though, and for a player who's as important as he is in this side, he has been missing a number of touches, been pretty quiet in this game. I mean, I know Coconutters are winning, but if they're able to sort of isolate him and keep him away from position, or hell, just even try and isolate other players and show it, knowing that Dead Monster is not going to be a major factor for the Coconutters, then maybe Letty X might find a new way back in. Dead Monster is trying for a shot, but it's blocked by Aqua.
I mean, still 35 seconds, definitely a possibility. We've got a fair few plays left in this one. Mino just pushing on out. Slow build up here, trying to just wait to see what happens, but unfortunately a little bit too slow and just losing control there. Texo digging in deep. I expect pressure plays to come on through. Yagi wants to go, as he always does. And that has just opened the possibility. Arku doesn't have the boost. That's dropping down perfectly, but well done by Texo just to close it out.
Yeah, defend and clear. Right back into the white box. Arku is going to try and grab the 100 boost. Got a challenge on Yagi instead. Aqua just keeps it alive, surprisingly. Challenged by another player, but that ball is way too fast, pinching off the ceiling, going down to the floor. And Coconut has secured game one of the series.
And at the end of the day, it all just came down to midfield control coming through from Coconuts. But I've got to say, at the end, Arku, just to pick that car, pick the ball on up, just so cleanly onto his car. That was nutty. Like, that's such a hard thing to do, is just to kill momentum on that ball.
That's a start out for the Coconutters camp. Again, not looking as 100% confident as we had expected them to be. But at least they get the victory in, and that is going to be the main thing for them here. So, good start, good way in. And a good opportunity now for Let's X to, again, try and see if they can isolate those players who are really having their moments here. Again, Dead Monster having a bit of a quiet one. Let's see if he can pick it up for game 2.
So one further away there for Coconut. It's going on into this game 2. And yeah, Coconut's being a bit, like you said, quiet, which is a bit odd and weird. But that's because they've got a fairly strong team that we sort of do overlook in this title contention fight. Boy, the boy's making a name for himself this season.
I look back on that defensive replay and I can see Dead Monster was the player that was in the corner. And again, is there an opportunity for them to punish him here? They already did that right there. He couldn't get a touch on the ball out of that corner play, and now they're going to try and attack back towards the white corner. Aku back down, Dead Monster involved. Good pinch up, the man not quite there to be seen. Clear away from Minos, just off the crossbar. Jager's going to turn that wide, and he does before the secondary attacker can come forward. Akka puts it into the corner. It's cleared back over, but Aku's to receive in the midfield. Pass back in. Mino tries to swing up forward, but he doesn't get his touch on. Texo in the meanwhile. Sideboard bounce, second touch not received. Second player coming in. Third man, a Dead Monster. It's going to get forced off to the right-hand side by the opposition defensive. And so far, Let's X again starting things off on the right foot and looking down, finally doing so as they get that second goal.
It's all about pace and passing for Let's X, and boy, oh boy, are they good at both. Defense can sometimes be a bit of a struggle, but heck, if you're pressuring the Coconuts, which is got to be said is not an easy thing to do at all, you look good whilst doing it. Coconuts today seem a little bit, like we said earlier, described it as quiet, but almost stumped. Those connections between each other not really working, seemingly a little bit slow, but you notice there, Yagi jumping on in, Texo as well, getting a little bit overlapped, and that's not a common characteristic for this squad. So something is up with Coconuts right now.
Ball sent off to the backboard, turned away by another Yagi with an absolute screamer. Comes back in with the recovery play, and he scored the first of the last game as well. So is his goal going to be the momentum swing for the Coconuts?
Coconut's issue was team mechanics and just basically working with each other. Yagi there, all on his own. No problems around him at all. Just a great little step on in. Texo looking for Dead Monster. Oh, those two are connecting beautifully. They're the team play that's been working, which then begs the question, is Yagi the issue currently today, where he's trying to go for too many solo things? I think it's just the standard Coconutters need a little bit of time to warm on up, Jay. Notice generally in most series, they're a little bit slow for the first half of game 1, and today it just seems to maybe take a little bit longer.
Sideborn in, takes off the backboard. Mino fires back, Dead Monster. Gonna leave that for Yagi for a moment. You thought he was too far forward to hold a defensive, and it kind of was. Some of these defensive just not looking good here for the Coconutters side. They try and counter-attack back into the hands of Mino. Good demo of Aku, takes away Texo's position and therefore takes away his attacking potential. Beating out Yagi by slowing it down, setting it up for a second teammate who's forced into the corner again by the Coconutters defensive. Yagi with 65 points of boost has Aqua there to shove him out of the way. Charging from the corner play. Aku wraps over. Texo comes down the center line and just 50-50s his way into the line.
But it's off the back of Yagi being a nuisance there. And Texo just yeets himself out the ball. He has no right in winning that realistically. But it's all because Aku doesn't jump. Because why is he going to expect Texo to come in that close? That's just... it's madness.
I think the word that you used right there to describe it was appropriate. He yeeted himself at the ball. He literally kept zooming straight forward. You're right about that, indeed. The whole defensive crumbling off the back of an awkward Dead Monster challenge. Yagi and Texo looking so lost in the net, and just like that, let TX take the lead.
Yeah, Yagi covering that back post, but was turned on into the center. Clearly not expecting the attack to come through that quick. They get the back line once again, and it really just shows Coconut's issue is when they get sort of like awkwardly pushed into their own back lines. But look at how quick they're building up their counters. They've really started to hit hard.
Yagi coming up with another great goal as well. At his second in this game. Mino just unable to get himself in position at the right moment to get the defensive together. A little bit too far behind the line. So 3-all. CCN. Still 2 minutes to go before the timer ticks by. So plenty of time to score one more goal back. And again, they're getting themselves spooled up here. Arku off the sideboard. Going to contest with the corner play. Texo tees it up. Leaves it for Den Monster. Aqua shoving his way out of position as well. Mino comes up, sends it high of the marker. Good defense in from Yagi. Pinch away the sideboard, will send it to the corner, but no further backup for him. No further player that can chase the ball downfield. So just send it out there and allow Letty X the control onus. Texo back in the try contest against it, and all sorts of players getting involved in that exchange.
Oh, good little wall pinch there as well to send that upwards. Mino wanted to go for bumps, but the pre-jump there, Yagi's just like, all right, fella, and just drives underneath him. So close on the accuracy there from Texo. And again, it's another game with just very close margins, but this one's got, I would argue, a little bit more excitement about it just because of the pop-off factor and just how clean the goals are when they connect.
60 seconds, Yagi sending this one up. Den Monster trying to receive it, bounce out, back into Yagi. Great passing play, but too high at the crossbar, so no chance to score it. 48 seconds to the clock, and Mino's hunting for his chance to go try to challenge Yagi. We'll see that away from him. Yagi still passes back in, but Arku intercepts. Texo to beat off the backboard. Second man coming forward. That's Yagi instead to get to the defense of his own half of the field. 16 points of boost. Turned away from into the corner. Missed out on Arku's part. Texo pinching with the secondary player. Mino maintaining control alongside Den Monster. Pinch away. Arku got to send it off position because Yagi's going to challenge that ball directly. Arku going up high. Pinches it back in center. Aqua with a chance to check its opportunity, but no. Turned too far wide by Texo. 13 seconds. Mino. Wrap over. Controlling ball. Right past Den Monster. Perhaps not quite for Arku. Dead gets in the way of the ball. Texo clears it out of position. Aqua still passes out to no man's land. And while an opportunity was set up, it's not taken here for Letty X. It's overtime for game 2.
No, we're not closing it out that quickly. Off the kickoff, Den Monster. I mean, perfectly cheered on up, and the opportunity was just right there. And again, this is another issue that's been hitting Letty X all season long, Jay. And it's just their kickoffs. They're not up to par. They're just, I don't know, poorly planned, not working. That's the area, and it's so silly that they've got to spend the most time on the next 2 weeks is kickoffs, of all things.
4 to the board. The Coconutters side in the end does go their way, and Den Monster finally coming alive because this really looked like a very awkward game from him. I have my reservations about this level of form that the Coconutters are coming in for today. They are still winning the games, obviously, on match point, but I honestly feel like these could be a very, very different story had a couple of players gone a bit differently.
Oh, definitely. It's been so close. I mean, going down to OT is just an example of that. Another little car change. What's it? Mino now onto Lamborghini. So let's just have fun. They know realistically from, you know, this series doesn't have any factor to it, so they're just having fun. And you can just see, popping off whilst doing it, they're looking good.
You say that, and this literally could cost Coconutters the first place position if they lose the game. So,
I was meaning more towards the white Letty X side. This is what the team looks like when there's no pressure. This is how good they play when they're playing with enjoyment.
Oh, Coconutters got to hunker down because they have got something to lose in this one. Mino controlled out the ball, tagged in by one player. Arku takes that one up, then Monster beats into the punch. Texo just gets back in, camouflaged by the crossbar. He swings out to ensure that no one can get that goal in and tries if he can redirect it back down inside of the net. Aqua there with the defensives. Yagi continues the attacking play for Coconutters. Challenge for him goes inside of the box. Aqua controls back. Dead Monster sends it up high with Arku. Back down to receive. Aqua's inside that net. Awkward touch from Texo, but Yagi's there to receive it. Mino's in no position to punish it.
And oh, the block just not really working there. Good back pass coming in all the way back to Aku. But again, Coconut is starting to sink their teeth on in. Looking dangerous. Texo wanting to get that across to Yagi, but just not able to put any power onto it. Mino with the runner, but running out boost right here. Not going to be able to find anyone to bump on into. So it's retreat with your tail in between your legs.
Texo challenging sideboard for Dead Monster, looking for a double tap. Trying to get his rhythm going still, but accuracy just not there to go for the execution play. Yagi off the backboard, forcing two players to commit, but neither Dead Monster or Texo were in position to try and continue the attack. So it's back in control, LetiX, now chasing their way upfield, blocked in the midfield by Yagi. And Dead Monster off the sideboard, taking it high off the backboard for a second touch, not going to be allowed. Texo will swing back, Mino turns it over, left-hand side of the net itself. After seeing it will go, Aqua up and all, second touch missed. Dead Monster also missed, good shot from Aku, taken away by Texo again, and Dead Monster's going to find the breakaway chance. At the halftime marker though, it's still scoreless here, although we're getting closer.
Yeah, only natural though. Has to be said, Coconut with the better opportunities, but we've seen before that LetiX can make something out of nothing. Oh, that's a bad whiff for Aku. Clearly didn't want that, but good stuff. Mino's just behind. They're playing a very, very... Oh.
And Texo's found his way in. At last, Yagi, that second touch to throw Mino off. Aku tried to get up high enough, but again, Texo quickly coming in from the center line to dunk it down into the back of the net, get that start out for the Coconut side. And again, a single goal difference can be made up unless Texo adds his second, but it's not to happen at this stage here. A minute and 50 for the Coconutters camp, and LetiX looking to get swept out of this series. They need to find a response real quick.
They do. Oh, where does it come from? For me, anyway, it comes from just trying to send a player on in to be that nuisance, to be the disruption once again. Just go for that bump, go for that demo. And then team plays behind it. It's going to be super risky. But I mean, 1 minute 20 left to go. What's going on right now just is not working. Aqua's got the opportunity. The Dead Monster is just... Oh, he's made of something else.
He's blocking off every opportunity he can. Breakaway opportunity now for Yagis. He's got a pretty open net right here. That demo play takes out the last man. And that's a second to the board of Coconutters. LetiX gave it their best bet, but it looks like it might be sweep city for Coconutters to take their top spot in the league.
Absolutely nuts how quickly Coconuts can turn things around, isn't it? Just not looking like they're able to convert anything, and then suddenly off that play, everything's open in front of him. Of course, like I said, LetiX risking it a little bit. You know, you're in game 3, you're 2-0 down, 1-0 in the game. You're just looking to quickly put a little bit of threat, get those 2 quick goals, which LetiX do find fairly often. Losing the kickoff, but following up with a play. But yeah, it's gone sloppy. What a pop.
Wow. I love this in Texo. Faking one, teeing over another. That was a very, very cheeky play. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. 3-0.
Wait. 35 seconds, and then we can crown Coconut as the champions of league play, Jay.
Yeah. I would say that at this stage, it's probably not recoverable for LetiX. So I think you're right. Pressure builds, LetiX just scramble to maintain their dignity. But off the backboard, into the midfield, shots just continue for Coconutters, and a 10-second countdown begins, signaling the end for LetiX in this series and crowning the Coconutters as the top team in the regular season in Season 6 of the TCS Esports League.
And with that, everything's basically decided, Jay. That's absolute craziness. This last match coming on up after it's going to basically just be for pride's sake, and because it's like El Clasico in Switzerland, so it's still going to be a good one, Edelweiss versus Lausanne, previously Servette, Geneva versus Lausanne, so it's always going to be a great one. But that right there is a statement from Coconuts, because during that first game, like I said, and going into game 2, they were getting warmed on up, and that's just crazy the level that Coconuts are. Them securing that game is almost like, is that what you've got? That's a finalist team probably coming on through. That's our trophy already, and they play with that confidence.
Indeed it is, and I have to say, for the Coconutters, they're going to be very happy, I think, with their results. I don't remember if they were the one team that was sort of like, we're going to go ahead and win the league. I know that it was like a lot of reservations in the early portion of the season, but obviously they were looking at the competition that they had. They were looking at the likes of Edelweiss, for example, as the main champions, thinking that they could be not playing second fiddle to that side, if you will. But in terms of the league standings, they're absolutely not. Whether they can in the head-to-heads in the playoffs and the LAN event, well, that's yet to be decided. For now, though, they have all celebrations in their camp. They have overtaken Edelweiss, dethroned them from the top of the table, and we're going to get to hear from one of those players on the Coconut side after this short break, so do not go anywhere, because we return with our final series of the TCS Esports League. Esports League, we're now being joined by TCSEL, the slightly salty, no, not slightly salty, Coconut side, excuse me. I looked at the top of the table and I was just waiting for it to update, so I just defaulted to whoever's at the top, because right now you guys are at the top of the table with that 3-0 flawless win above the LetiX side. For you guys, it's a big win, and obviously it's humongous for you guys to be able to top the table. I think a lot of people coming into this season were looking at Edelweiss as being that main sort of squad, but thanks to their early bumblings and you guys holding confidence across the season, you've done it. You're at the top. How do you feel after that, man?
I mean, is there any way to feel apart from great? Yeah, it just feels really good to, after many seasons of coming close to the top, falling off a little bit, just actually finally securing the first place.
So just to reiterate how crazy that is, the only time Edelweiss / previously, Servette Geneva were not top of the table was way back in season 1 when it was Lausanne, and Lausanne were the favorite team back then, And now you guys are taking it away from them. I mean, does this mean it's finally the season we see Edelweiss fall? Is it Coconuts finally rising to the top? What say you, Texo?
Yeah, it is. Definitely is.
I love that. Just deadpan.
Okay, right. Let me probe him a little bit, Jay. What's the difference this season then? Why is it that this season is going to be the one?
Why it is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably because you're better.
Mate, he's deadpan about this. Well, listen, let me go with a bit more of a complex question for you, because obviously you founded the Coconutters way back in season 3, and as we know, in season 3 there was that whole hoo-ha about whether you guys not being able to attend, even though you got in that top 4 position, and you guys were looking like the best team to beat Servette Geneva at that time. So now that you've not only beat them in terms of the table, you're now looking like the most favorite team to be able to beat them at the LAN event. Do you feel like redemption is on the table for you guys? And if so, how are you going to go about executing that?
It definitely is. For one, it's Yagi playing against his ex-teammates. For me, it's me against playing the guys that continuously kept beating me in TCS. And for Dead Monster, it's against playing his ex-teammate. So I guess we all have something on the line. And yeah, we're just gonna grind and, just do our best and win.
And I've got to ask, because this is going to be the first LAN event for you guys as a team, of course. But at the same time, it's been a while since we've had LAN events once again. So what's the energy? And I guess, is there a bit of anxiety, a bit of nervousness to be able to be together on the same stage?
I can't tell. It's going to be my first actual LAN event. I don't think I'll be very nervous, but it'll probably be a little bit. I think it'll be a little bit, a difference with the new setup and stuff. I have to get used to that. But yeah, I think it'll be good.
Well, you've come in at the right LAN at this stage, because you avoided the big stage of Hero Fest. So, at the Red Bull Universe venue, it's much more smaller and much more compact. So I think you'll like it over there. But a final question for you, obviously, looking back at how your season's gone so far, I believe back in season 1 you said that you were going for the entire trophy. But I want to, just sort of reflect back on how match days have gone so far, how the regular season has gone for you guys. Do you think you fulfilled everything you want to achieve so far, or is there something more ahead of time?
I mean, the only thing out of time is just winning more trophies, I guess, but the goal is always being first.
And going strongly towards that goal at this stage for you guys, I guess. Texo, thank you again for joining us. Congratulations on the victory. Congratulations for being the first team outside of Edelweiss and Servette Geneva in 6 seasons to be able to claim the top spot of the TCS Esports League. I mean, we're looking forward to seeing how well you guys do at the LAN itself. For us, however, we've got one more matchup up to play for here in the regular season of the TCS Esports League. As you mentioned before, breaking the El Clasico of Swiss Rocket League. Edelweiss taking on Lausanne. Do stick with us, because we're back after this break to see the ultimate grudge match for the TCS Esports League.
Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove it. 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 Baseline kicking, yes, I'll prove it.
Wir sind Edelweiss Esports.
Et on est là pour défendre le titre.
E se non vincete, siete licenziati.
And welcome back to the TCS Esports League into our final matchup of the regular season. We've still got plenty of action to go over the course of the playoffs and the LAN finals, but in terms of the league play itself, we have this one final best of 5 matchup. And as I mentioned before, it's not too important for the overall standings, but I mean, I guess for Lausanne, it could still knock them down to 8th place in the league, which might hinder their chances in the relegations to a certain extent. But in terms of the actual overall table, Edelweiss can't make their way up to 3rd. I don't think they can make their way up to 2nd either. And they could actually make their way up to 2nd. But at the end of the day, that won't make a massive amount of difference because they'll still be facing Slightly Salty in the upper bracket of the playoffs. So for them and for Lausanne, it's all about pride. It's that grudge match, that big El Clasico between the Zafir-led Edelweiss and the Lausanne count that's been with us since, both of which have been with us since season 1. So, Bacon, how do we weigh this one up as a result of this? We look at this grudge match. We know it's always been a pretty close affair. It's not always been the strongest of fieldings from Lausanne in previous history. I'd say that's definitely the case in this one because they're up for relegation, obviously. But is there any sort of chance that this team can be able to show us signs of what the El Clasico can really mean?
They definitely can in a lot of sense, but the biggest issue is that Edelweiss right now are just popping off, incredible. And Lausanne are thinking about preparing themselves for that Promotion Relegation Cup going on in 2 weeks' time, taking place off the top of my head, the 7th, I do believe, of June. I'm quickly double-checking my calendar right now. Yes, the 7th. Monday, 7th of June, Promotion Relegation Cup. Make sure you tune on in. But Lausanne should feel quite confident about that because, it's Lausanne. But the issue is they've been confident near enough the first half of the season and look where that got them. So for me, I want Lausanne here to get, and it's going to sound harsh, but smacked down by Edelweiss because they need to go away and they need to keep having that motivation to pick themselves on up because this is not a squad that should be bottom 4. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. It's that sort of emotion right now. Going into the season, after last season anyway, you're looking at Lausanne with the pickup of Kiva and going, oh, this is that team contesting for top 4. And they just have not shown signs of it. So for me, within Lausanne, there's a mentality change that's needed. And bringing in Iravella has sort of just been them doubling down on their strengths, but at the same time, they're doubling down on their weaknesses because they don't have a real third man to this squad. And Lausanne, for me, it's just them fighting for survival. And right now, they're going to learn the most from a very strong opponent, as you always do. And Edelweiss is a great opponent for them to face at this stage before going into 2 weeks' time.
Absolutely it is. And for Lausanne, I mean, it's a case of redemption in terms of getting anything involved in this series. They haven't won a single game in the league since they took on Sparks in week 6. So, I mean, I know they've obviously been up against the big heavy hitters and Slightly Salty and Coconutters in the last couple of weeks. But for them to be able to just get any sort of semblance here involved in this particular matchup, that would just be positive for them and momentum trying to get in towards the playoffs. For the relegation playoffs. So I'm looking at this more of less of a victory for them, more of a redemption and being able to prove that they can still hang to a certain extent. So I'm looking at this and I'm looking at this team and I'm looking at what they can do against Edelweiss, and I think that Edelweiss probably are going to be the team that takes the victory overall. But again, let's see how far the Lausanne side can go. Edelweiss in white, Lausanne in blue as we get underwater to Aquadome. Stocky already looking for confident plays. Sapphics, the prodigy of Rocket League, if you will, trying to see if he can get involved with that opening goal. Unable to do so here as it's off to the left-hand side. Sapphics back into the centre line. Off that backboard is as far as they'll press it. Stocky back into Iravella. Good shot to the cross. And Polar blocks it. And I have to say, Lausanne!
They're finally a team!
Right, father!
They're finally playing together, Jay. I'm so happy right now. Honestly, I want to cry with joy. Because this, straight out the gates, they're working together. That's nuts. Okay, they're already mechanical gods, but at this level of Rocket League, just playing solo does not work. And it's taken a while, but at the same time, that's only going to fire up Lausanne. We know it. Edelweiss. When Edelweiss face tougher opponents, they get better themselves.
Yeah, Polar and Mirror were very, very quick to say, okay, guys, you've had your fun. Now, let's remind you, you're up against Edelweiss. Just as a small reminder for all of you sitting at home and in the server. But you're right, this has looked like the best Lausanne has been looking so far in this entire season. They're playing like a team, a fantastic couple of passing plays, one of which they went in the back of the net. And now the pace has been set. Can Edelweiss account for it, or is there more ahead of Stocky and Co? Stocky involved here towards the midfield line, sent off to the left-hand side. It's a fair demoed out by Savik. Then he got that touch on the ball. Savik sets up by Ravello, though. Backboard touch. Second one on the dunk down. And Lausanne are contesting in game one.
It's madness under the sea right now. Safez. Oh. He's going to be scratching his head and wondering where on earth this Lausanne came from. There in the corner, Safik's just being able to throw it out just in time. And again, crazy close margins. Who knows at the same time? You know, me saying about... Ola, you okay? Safez, you okay?
That was a fake!
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they faked
me
them.
saying about Lausanne getting smacked down was only going to make them stronger. I guess at the same time, arguably it works for Edelweiss as well if they want to improve more going into that LAN final.
Stocky sending over towards Safix, taking this one up high to the midfield line. And this is going to be a lot more competitive, I think, than what we were initially expecting, Bacon. Lausanne are playing a really good game around Edelweiss rather than against them and trying to force the issues. Affair still looking for a goal, and it's just teed off wide by a rotating defender. Very awkward defense and definitely could have gone wrong. But they are keeping it away from Safair's shots here. 3 minutes to the clock. 2 minutes of game time played out here, and Lausanne are right now the ones who are in control on the scoreline. Iravella and Stocky. I think involves a fair beaten. Safix back into Iravella, a little bit too far forward. Stocky gets demoed out as well, so the third man can't come into support. Iravella will still hold contention up in the offensive. Stocky here with control, got to beat Polar, will flick high, but does not connect the shot, does not connect the goal.
I've figured out the issue for Edelweiss, Jay. Safez and the Dominus. He's always in the octane. That's the issue, right? Nothing else makes sense right now. This game definitely doesn't make sense. What a connection that is over the Polar. But look at that! Lausanne have defense! Let me reiterate that. There is defense on Lausanne.
You are so shocked, and you are so happy as well.
Oh, this should have been a smacking. I'm being blunt to everyone at home purely because, you know, we don't have to hide it anymore. But this realistically, with how Edelweiss have played over the last 2-3 weeks, this should have been Edelweiss's to near enough eat up like it's deserved. Oh, that's nuts.
Well, they are still making it difficult for Lausanne, at the very least. But I do concur, I do concur. Lausanne are looking like a team, which is the one thing that we've been looking for the entire season. Again, all the components of this side, the veterancy of Stocky, the confidence of Iravella, the prodigy that is Safix. This is a team that should have been contesting top 4, maybe even making a championship run. So seeing it not come through, seeing it now down to relegation for this squad, like this is a team we expected to see from day one. So let's see if we can get Edelweiss as a consolation prize and win out the latest chapter of the El Clasico. Orleans Affair challenged, turned away by Polar. Iravella coming forward. It's a fair team, it's up and Polar now has control, puts it back in towards Mirror. He'll take this shot. Iravella there with the block out. Can't beat out the second man's Affair, crossing way too far wide. Polar with no chance to go for the shot. He will try for a dribble play that Stocky's got to shut down, but he's successful in that one.
Again though, this is well and truly living up to that sort of greatest Swiss rivalry, just holding on the line there with the pre-jumps. Affair's gone wide here. He's going to need Polar or Mirror to step on in. He's put it into a very easy position to save. He needed to push that much further out, just like this from Polar. Brilliant connection.
And now Edelweiss have found their rhythm. 47 seconds left of their 3-2 scorelines. Affair receiving his pass from Polar. Was Polar the new pickup for the Edelweiss side as to turn their season around from what was looking like a very shaky first half into now a confident second. Now up for the likes of Safix here with a shot to target as Affair's got to turn away. Back into the center line, and he gets his second touch back towards it, so not going to allow the likes of Iravella to set up. Stocky's going to get his demo in. Safix looking for his way back in. Iravella's got a challenge instead because Affair's on his dribble plays. Doesn't thump Safix out of the way. He'll just keep it out of position, but Polar's still looking for his double tap. Stocky off the backboard of his own right. Needs to win a fight against Mira. That's not going to happen. Polar back down, trying to beat Iravella. Iravella throws that ball off. Mira now on the attack, puts it in for Zafair, and Stocky finds the clear. Iravella now, aerial dribble, back down the floor, trying to beat out Polar. Polar gets his touch, Stocky beats out Mira. Mira still disrupts, steps into the redirected chance. He's going to slip it past the line. Oh, he's got it! The Prodigy strikes 3-all. We go into overtime.
What a great pickup that is from Safix. Throws it left. Zafair even gets the touch, but it's the perseverance that finishes it off. And sometimes you just got to follow through on your attempts. Good kill by Iravella and OT in game 1. Oh, this is delectable.
Oh, it is. And I had my doubts as to whether or not this El Clasico would live up to its name, this particular match. But so far it's doing well. Sideboard, corner bounce, backboard in from Safix into Stocky, who turns that wide, a bit off position, unable to get the entire play. Iravella and Zafair.
Mira's got no boost.
Control out. You're right about that. Chase downfield, Aravella's going to grab the 100 from the corner, steal it away, while also getting up his own play. Here for the solo down against Zafair! What a goal! They got a game! Lausanne! That was amazing!
Iravella wasn't on a team at the start of this season. He was stepping out. No one picked him up. After 3 weeks, Lausanne dropping Kiva, picking up Iravella, hoping for an immediate change to save their season. It didn't quite work as they wanted. Again, like I said in previous weeks, it was not the fix they needed, but coming into this last week, maybe after getting battered and bruised, after getting knocked down time and time again, they looked inwards and they found inspiration. Game 1 going the way of Lausanne. And I hate to say it, but are they back? Is it too early to say, Jay? Are we getting overhyped?
There's only really one way to find out, and that's to see how game 2 goes. But already Edelweiss are on the front foot for this one. Early shots coming in. Stocky maintains control. Dribble plays up off the backboard. He won't get his second touch. Iravella will try, and Zafair gets in his way. Out of the midfield, they'll take it back towards the corner. Mirror and Polar on defense, Polar in particular, back towards the net. Stocky's going to be chased up in the blue half. Safix beaten out, he's got to hold the defense, he's got to get that clear. He takes that ball up high, dribbles it in, second touch, continues to hold it against Mira, bumps him out of the way. Stocky's chance to strike, puts it slowly. Oh, Safix to receive! The defense from Mira holds! And that is a textbook style play, still countered by Edelweiss.
This is the moment where Edelweiss suddenly lean forward in their chairs and engage gamer mode, because they are being properly contested. Not expecting that coming into this game, hence why you saw that slower than usual start. Maybe a little overconfident, thinking this was going to be a relaxed week, because again, this game for both teams does not change the standings, does not change the leaderboards at all. But pride, oh, that is a valuable thing, and it is well worth fighting for.
Safix dribble in, can't get anything past the fair. Polar's got a relatively open net. He couldn't finish all the strike, but no one gets back there. And Lausanne have to concede the first. Bit scrambled, bit awkward. Iravella challenging on Polar, and if he was a bit more patient, he would have held that goal away.
Would have indeed, but again, without that touch from Polar, that would have not been a goal. So crazy stuff on the line. Mira's going to be able to beat Safix to it, and that is a quick 1-2 punch, and Edelweiss in the lead.
We go back to that question you asked at the start of the game, Bacon. Are we overhyping things? Is this match set to fall apart for Lausanne from here? Still a little over 3 minutes to make that decision and to make that 100% guaranteed. It's a fair off the corner. Stocky back down to the sideboard. Mirror, no boost, shot in regardless, and Safix has got to get that save, which we will be able to do so. Iovella now with dribbles in. Zafair blocks him back to the corner. Safix tees it up and over. Chases downfield. No one's in net for Edelweiss. It's right there, Zafair. The back off. Stocky also not in position. He's going to continue to contest it, keep it inside the box. If only he could get the bump on Polo. He's just not in position to do so. That could have cleaned it up for a shot on from the Lausanne side. For now, they're back in the midfield, back out the corner. Backboard again, Stocky aerial. Iovella couldn't get there either, so continuing to play out these setups here. 2.5 minutes, halfway through game 2. It's Edelweiss with a 2-0 lead.
It is, but still tons of time to come back into this. What a touch from Zafair. Well and truly needed to get that away. Stocky? No one in front of him. That's free for the redirect.
And once again, the passes look so good for Lausanne. One on the board. And this game is not over yet. Far from it, it seems. 2-1. Edelweiss still hold the lead, but only by a single goal now, Lausanne. Stocky and Mirror involved. Safix and Irovella beaten out by Zafair. No boost left for him. Safix controls, puts it in. Big miss from Irovella. Polar going to try to get involved. He gets demoed out by Stocky, so he takes away some of the attacking onus. Going to go back to the attack here for Lausanne, as he was also responsible for the clear here. Stocky having decent impact. Safix going to try to take it away from them, but Zafair's ready to read his put-down position. Stocky got to get off the backboard. Pokes it off the ceiling as a rebound. Mirror goes to the backboard. Demo in against Zafair, however, takes away the attacking pressure here. Safix also on defense. Needs to find a clear. Stocky's in the best choice to do so, and will send it up high. Zafair will just reach that ball, so now it's up to Irovella against Polar, and Polar just has all the control in the world, all the flicks he can take, but one challenge sends it wide.
Nice. Polar is just not finding value on his attacks. He's been able to set up Zafair beforehand. And Mirror's been able to set up Zafair, who's now moving back into the attack. But again, that's the craziness. Polar seems a little bit muted, and I'm wondering now, is this something that was planned by Lausanne, where they're actively trying to put pressure onto Polar? Because in a lot of cases, he feels slow to the ball. Like, he's always second, and by a margin, that's enough that he can't get a touch on it to it. So, is there something that Lausanne are doing here that's just making things a little bit awkward?
That is the question. Minute and 10, and this play looks awkward for certain. Irovella, however, having Safix, Polar gets involved, Stocky to try find his way back behind the line, and again they pressured and forced them out of position. Edelweiss getting a bit complacent perhaps. 3-2 now, still a minute to play.
Yeah, and the mistake came in the attack on the opposite end from Edelweiss. Mirror is coming in, Polar is on the ball, and there was no real reason for that double commit, and as such, when the counter came through, they just weren't able to get back quick enough, and Lausanne punished.
Stocky off the crossbar, Safix misses! Irovella with the perfect setup, but his teammates just couldn't follow through. What would have been a glorious goal. Mirror and Zafair return, they do send it wide, so a bit of a lucky break there for Lausanne again. And Irovella challenging Mirror and Polar in defense. Cross to the box. Stocky challenges. Irovella puts it up, and Safix beaten to the ball by Zafair. He still sends it up high into Polar's hands. He's got teammates to find on the clear back over to the blue corner. Stocky grabbing the 100 points of boost, but now needs to find his way out. Up to Safix next to receive this ball. Sent back by Polar. Zafair with a fake out to receive it in, but Irovella's still going to read that ball's path, knowing exactly what's coming his way. Stocky back in to the midfield. Polar blocks it off. Stocky with a fake out back to Irovella. Chance on the shot. It's going in! Lausanne do it again!
A full house up on the timer and scoreboard. 3 seconds remaining. Oh, they have clutched this one out. Their kickoff goal is still a possibility, Jay. Or I mean, an OT will definitely take that as well.
Well, we saw Irovella take one of the most patient and controlled dribble plays ever seen in TCS Esports League. to win out overtime in game one. Can they do it for game two? They might not need to. That kickoff looked dangerous, but Stocky couldn't reach that ball in time. So Fair and Polar now back on the chase. Safix has got to get this out of the way. Going for the pinch place, perhaps. A little bit off position. Can, or not quite grab that 100 at the midfield line. Stocky's going to wait around for it, allow Arabella to pick it up. Ball is returned by Polar as a result. So, overtime might last a little bit longer. But Lausanne continuing to contest in every inch that they can, in every part of the field. Ball perfectly set, but they get back in time. Edelweiss deny on a challenge and disallow the overtime goal.
Bring it for these dribbles, and Polar's gone and contested that so well to push it into the wall for a bounce out pass. But Edelweiss just not quick enough to follow up onto it. And it's interesting, Edelweiss can play with so much space between them to be ready on that defense. And they're playing a one-man defense, which you would expect from both squads at this point, where it is just all about that pace. But nothing is coming on through. Realistically, I'm saying nothing because the number of shots. 3 goals for Lausanne from 12 shots. 3 for Edelweiss from 9.
Oh, but it might only come down to 1, and that's exactly what it comes down to, as Stocky again from the heavens creates a riot in Bikini Bottom. Safix scoring the goal, the 4th one required to claim the game and take us 2-0 in the series. And if you are a Challenger Cup team seeing this Lausanne involved in server today, you are scared. You are terrified of what you have to face.
Yep, you definitely are. Again, the question begs, where on earth was this Lausanne the whole of league play? But better late than never, and they can redeem themselves, come back even stronger next season. Boy, oh boy. Like, they're going to be 8th, so that's not even the top seed out of the teams going into that promotion relegation tournament. That's harsh. Like, this is the team now which everyone in Contenders is going to be trying to avoid.
Like, if you're there, the last thing you want to do is come out in last place of the of the round robin, because that's just basically your chance done at that particular point. Game 3 on match point.
It's not last place because, sorry, Lausanne are 8th. You know, sorry, 7th.
No, they'll be 7th.
I'm being
dumb.
Sir, yeah, have just been usurped. Yep.
Told you.
My bad.
What a day it would be for Lausanne, up for relegation, to sweep the likes of Edelweiss here in TCS. This could be everything to this team. The El Clasico that could well deliver. It has been a bunch of really close games. Again, 2 overtimes, potentially even a 3rd. And Arabella and Polar going back and forth off the sideboard bounce here. Polar trying to set up towards Mirror, dunking it down into Stocky. Trying to grab his 100 boost. Mirror goes for his shot, and Arabella takes it away now here with the dribble. Challenged on 1. Stocky and Savitz can punch to receive. There's Arabella setting up of the crossbar. Mirror's got to take that away. It was well set up for a double tap for a second teammate, however. In the first minute, there are no goals. In the first minute, there is no step forward. Both teams trying to feel each other out now. There's been a bit of a change of strategy from Edelweiss as well.
You'll notice Fair back in that Octane. I don't think I was wrong when I was talking about that Dominus sort of being a bad luck charm, but Fair's been rocking the Octane for the longest time ever. I mean, along with that Superman decal, you remember? So, perhaps that's the thing. It's just about the mindset right now for Edelweiss, which is holding them back.
Arabella set up the Safix on the sideboard. Polar comes off the ceiling, trying to get it away. They'll pinch together. Stocky's going to chase downfield. Stocky's got a line right in. Mirror's going to try and block it. They faked it out, but Zafair bails him out. And now Polar returns with his own dribble play right up to the box. Safix denies and gets a challenge in on the Mirror, I believe. Zafair, sideboard. Stocky coming forward. Dunk down chance denied. Zafair evading that position because he could have almost set that up for the Lausanne camp. Instead, Shot set in for Polar. He registers one to target, but Iravella's there for the defense. Into the corners of Fair's domain. 100 boost can get stolen, so Lawsan will be playing from the defensive for a little bit.
They will. Powerful shot put towards net, but a little bit too simple. So Fair going for a second touch here. It was stellar, but Safix read it so well. Another attack come through from Polar, and that one will connect. We need to see what happened via Ravella here. He looked to be on, but just could not get the touch. Have a look. Oh, just could not reach it.
I think he was out of boost. Yeah. And that just goes back to the point I was mentioning before. Edelweiss stealing the hundreds from the back pads. And the end result is boost starving. Defensive line that falls apart, and now an advantage for Edelweiss. They've had many a goal advantage so far in this series, but they've not converted them into games. Is game 3 going to be a similar situation, or will this finally be the moment where Lawsan start to ease off the gas pedal? Zafair dunking down into Safix. Polar disrupts that ball's clear away. He's going to look for his second touch for the strike back. Safix can put that off to the right-hand side. The mirror, it's got to be 50-50 here. Indeed, Safix does grab that midfield boost as well. Zafair in against Iravella. Polar with a pinch away. Stocky tees that one up, actually. Polar can still go for something here. He's going to look for a dunk down, and he gets it as well.
That's a good play. Zafair popping out for Polar, who's just kept on enough boost just to be able to finish it off. And again, Jade, like I was saying earlier, that little correction once again. Lawsan, if they win this, do go to 7th. If they lose the game, lose the series, then they do go down to 8th, because then they'll be tied with Sir. So I guess for Lawsan, this is still to play for. You know, 7th versus 8th is seeding, which is quite valuable into that promotion relegation tournament against the Challenger Cup teams.
Indeed, that is the case. But for Edelweiss, having conceded those 2 games already, they are in a position where they can no longer make their way up to 2nd. Again, it wouldn't have mattered that much because they'll be taking on slightly salty anyway. But they are coming alive now. This was the Edelweiss we expected to see from game 1. 4-0 with 1:32 the clock. Looking far, far better in this matchup, in this game, than they have in the entire series.
Yeah, the bigger, badder Edelweiss has just turned on up. But at the same time, quite often we do see game 3s like this go the opposite way. It could just be a little blip on the radar, who knows. This game 3, pretty much now done and dusted. 4 goals in 1:10. You just expect it to be, you know, seen on out, and Lawsan using this final minute just to look and go, okay, how do we make our way around Edelweiss? Because right now, they're walking over us.
Ball set in for Polar. I believe Iravella was bumped, out of the way. Well done by whoever that was in the back line. And well, Edelweiss have responded. Lawsan not getting away with a sweep just yet. And again, that would have been incredible if they were able to do that. 60 seconds left. Iravella now controlling alongside Safix. The ball control being set up, and over the right half, the bounce up high will at least allow a shooting opportunity. But with 45 seconds to the clock, I imagine this probably won't be a game that Lawsan can take. It looks like Edelweiss be left to at least 1 in this series. 30 seconds remaining, and the ball just being played up back and front, left and right. Mirror here with control. Safix going to take it away from him. Seeming like the rest of this game is all formality here for the Lawsan camp. Edelweiss look to make it a 4-game series at the least. So, not getting away quite as easily as Lawsan would have liked it to be.
Oh, definitely not. An interesting one nonetheless, because it seemed like everything just crumbled for Lawsan, but realistically, it was just Edelweiss cranking it up to the next level. You know, Lawsan weren't technically doing anything wrong. It's just Edelweiss playing perfectly. Everything finally starting to click into place. Here, they'll have to let that touch floor, didn't have the boost, but nonetheless, same end result. And I think the biggest thing that's clicked into place, Jay, is Polar.
Yes, 3 goals for him, a hat trick. An MVP rightfully gained by him as a result. Now looking for his opportunity to become the star of Game 4 and try and set Edelweiss back in the second game of what would be a reverse sweep for them. Lausanne still hunting for that all-important third game. That 3-1 series that could set them up in good stead for the relegation playoffs. Get to Game 4 now. Irovella and Safix taking control of the ball very early on into the Edelweiss half. They're unable to generate an attacking force because of it. Back over to Stocky, who's in control here. A bit of a slower start from both Lausanne and Edelweiss here. It is only early doors. Seeing only one real attacking opportunity coming in. Zafir's going to try to look for it here against Stocky. It's going to be denied on the defensive line. So Safix now with a breakaway opportunity. He's got Polar to beat. Polar takes it away. Back to Mira. Back down to Polar. Triple play, flick up, attempted against Irovella, but not quite good enough to get the momentum behind it. Zafir keeps it on to the blue backboard. And well, Edelweiss finding a lot of pressure in the early game. Lausanne struggling to deal with it, but again, it is much slower than before.
That it is, and it's a very, very weird one, because I'm thinking, you know, in my head, what do Lausanne do now to bring it back into their favour? Because 5-0 in that last game is not pretty for them. And they're sort of stepping over each other a little bit. Good defense from Irovella there, just bailing his teammate on out. Good pass. Edelweiss are matching it. And it's going to be interesting to see how this game develops even more. This will be a close one.
Oh, Zafir with a flick up. No one's in there, but still Stocky takes it away. Polar still able to save the situation and get that first goal in for Edelweiss.
Good save by Stocky, and it's crazy to think there for Mira just how close. If that shot was a little bit more to the right, it would have been saved by Stocky. If it's a little bit more to the left, it wouldn't have been finished off by Polar. So that is, again, the fine margins and how nuts these two teams are.
Going up the backboard, Mira there to shoot Irovella. Taking it off the defensive Polar with a dunk down chance, blocked by Stocky. Zafir continues to try and pinch it away. Stocky's going to find his way back out, however. Irovella with the chase downfield. Got to get that pinch out, sends it to the center. Stocky's going to continue the chase. Safix forced to back off with 100 points to boost off the backboard now. Stocky left-hand side to try and maintain control with his teammate. Safix still there with a pinch. Irovella in the center to shoot the back of the ball being fed to him. Polar with the defense, and Stocky now has hit the control, the dribble play off the backboard. Safix and Irovella looking for their chance. Irovella in particular to recover it. Back over to Safix on the sideboard, bounce to the corner board is where he'll go. Two players commit towards it. They bump each other out of the way on the defense. Irovella can't get a set up here. They're working real hard now that they've got their attacking owners. They've got a bit of pressure now in the last 35 seconds or so. Ball in the midfield. Polar has control. Irovella beaten out. Stocky back in the defense, however, he has his man.
Does indeed, and just all he can do is clear it downfield and run with it. Safix, the only man back here, going for the second touch, and Safix, what a save that is. It might seem simple, just jumping up above your net, but he was 2v1'd, and he puts it into a safe space. That is so well done.
Irovella now holding the defense against Polar's attempted dunk down. Stocky's got no boost as well. Again, Lausanne are a little bit boost starved, and we saw what happened when the boost was removed from their position. Double commit on defensive, and now things are starting to get a little bit sus for me for Lausanne. Saw incredibly good team play in the first two games, and now they're seemingly like just breaking down the communications, committing to the same spots. Straighten that out going into the next minute and a half, which will be the last minute and a half for Game 4. Still down by a single goal. It's recoverable, and now the passing plays look a little bit awkward. Safix with the demo though. Irovella looking to dunk it down. It's taken away by Mira's defense.
It is just Lausanne struggling with pressure, whether it be of the moment, of the situation, or just, you know, straight up how Edelweiss play. They're doing good. Still a minute in it. still can go either way.
Ball dribbled up for Safair, beating out Stocky and Iravella. Safix in the back lines, double tap. Iravella's got to clear that out of the way, and he will be able to do so. I think Safix tried to commit towards a clear, however, so that might have been the better option. Regardless, Stocky now with the dribble play. Good challenge. That ball's on. Safix trying to see if he can get involved, but no. Zafair reads it, gets it away. Stocky with a big miss, and Safix is to try and take control. Iravella in the midfield. Got to carry this ball off to the left-hand side from that corner. Sent back to the right by Edelweiss. Stocky in. Iravella trying to look for his chance. I think he's out of boost, so he's got to fall away. Safix instead to take control. Iravella in. Demo out of Stocky. Safix to the cherry pick a goal away to get us back to evens once again.
A great team play there. Safix sent out for Iravella. That was probably on target anyway. I mean, on the original play, it looked like Safix was needed to drop it, but nonetheless, I mean, he would have got the setup and was so vital. Lausanne clutching their way back on into this. They do not want to go to game 5.
Polar still going to try and make it doable. Very close towards the net. Zafair still has it alive. Mirror up to receive, puts it down to the floor. And we are in overtime. Game 5 not calling just yet, but it's still possible with a golden goal from Edelweiss. And Lausanne backed up, demo in. That's a dangerous ball, and Stocky just reads it, just gets back there in time. It's too slow. Safix quickly back in with 100 boost, going to find his clear back. Mirror off the backboard, putting it back down. Here's Safix. Oh, the second touch, not good enough. Oh, Stocky couldn't put it on. He was too far forward. Iravella still recovers it. And what came to be a very on-the-line moment, just held together by Edelweiss's defense.
And Edelweiss right now are struggling for boost. They're going to just try and play keep the ball down in that blue half. That might just sneak on through. No, the touch not coming on through. Too simple a shot. It'll have to work as a pass, but the touch from Safair works as a clearance. And yes, Edelweiss still struggling for that boost.
But so are Edelweiss struggling for defense. So scrambled when those close shots and attempts and setups that could have very easily become goals have come through. Safix now with the dribble plays up. He's got to find Iravella or Stocky. Sideboard bounce, 48 points to boost. Going to try challenge on Mirror. Iravella's got to get back to the midfield line. Tease that ball up high. Going to try go for the dribble. Beat out it's a fair. Stocky into the corner. Mirror's also there. Both players missed their touches, and Polar sets it up. Force a fair shot off the crossbar. Follow through from Polar. Zafair's ready, and Safix defends against it. Denies every opportunity. Denies the 5th game at this stage for Edelweiss. Polar's still looking for Zafair though, and Stocky's now involved in defense. Mirror with the last man. Here with the dribble plays. His flick's available. He's used it, but Safix clears it back into the white half, and we play on in this overtime.
How does a game that's got realistically no stock in it, has nothing really to earn? Like we said, the only thing is Lausanne winning it. They move up to 7th instead of 8th and just helps with their seeding a little bit. But how does this feel like a grand final, Jay? I love the TCSE Sports League. I love these Swiss teams.
Oh!
We go to game 5!
What a game to end league play on, the El Clasico of Swiss Rocket League. Goes all 5 games. They don't fight for the top table. They don't fight for better seeding and relegation. They fight because they need to, because their pride is on the line.
Yeah, it's not that case of anything else, just that they can right now. This is, like you said, pride. So much going up between these two teams. Again, last season though, Safix and Stocky were part of Vision Game, and Lausanne picking up what they thought would be the super squad. Didn't really go well for them, but I mean, redemption in the final half and the building blocks for next season. Lausanne might have been wounded for season 6, but signs are looking good for 7.
Shows that these talents, maybe over the season they did underwhelm, but here in the last moment it might still come up positive for them as they continue to contest the reigning champions of the league. Arabella to Stocky, drops it down, does not go for a definitive shot, really couldn't have done from that angle. Sapic's coming forward, gets his demo in, Mira's gonna go up, Stocky's got to go ahead and challenge that. Arabella looking for his way back in, and Sapix gets another demo back, right into Arabella. Mira's right there, it's a fair! Can't get the defense, and Lausanne score the first.
This is just great attacking pressure, and look at Mira. Caught on the post, he just wraps around it, and all we can feel is pain. But Jay, in the same sense, like, let's just say this is just an on-the-day performance, right? Which I don't believe it is. If this team of Lausanne don't make it through in the Challenger Cup, you know, promotion relegation tournament, these 3 players are going to be back next season, just on different squads, which is crazy, because why would you let them go unused? These are nuts players.
If this was the Lausanne we saw in every match in the TCS Esports League, there's no doubt to me the Coconutters would get a run for their money. Unbelievably talented, but Zafair has proven himself 5 times over to be as talented as them. Wins that challenge, scores the first for Edelweiss.
Contest still keeps going. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another OT here. Lausanne, 2 in a row now lost. That is going to be a very heavy hit. Edelweiss looking for that reverse sweep and should be on track for it. Lausanne, this is going to be a massive test for them to see if they can persevere, grind it on out, and finally get that win.
Mira and Pola down into the corner. Sapix and Arabella find their moment to clear out. Nice roll, directly centered up. Ball up into the corner. Mira and Stocky getting involved. Mira has control. Arabella can take it away from him. Bounce out the corner, second touch. Leaves it up for someone to come for it, but no one is going to get his chance to do so. Sapix caught in rotation. Stocky out of the midfield line. Sapix going to hold the defensive now. He's got 2 players on his right. Can only feed it into Mira. He bumps Stocky out of the way, sets up Pola. Arabella beats him, tries to go for a dribble play. Safet's got to come back on rotation, keep it off on the wide position. It's off the post for Zafair. That looked like it was so dead on though. Pola back in, shot high. Arabella got to take it out. Sideboard bounce. Arabella puts it into the center line. And Mira keeping it out of position. 2 minutes 20. Still evened, 1-1. Anyone's game, anyone's match, anyone's series, anyone's league.
That's actually a beautiful finish, because yeah, anyone can make it through here. It's all been off their own backs since season 1. Remember where we had to find 8 teams through 8 different open qualifiers. And it is just so awesome. Support TCS are doing here for the grassroots esports in Switzerland. Texo even saying becoming the biggest Rocket League tournament in Switzerland. And you can see that because once again, 2nd versus 8th at the start of this series, and the level of Rocket League that is provided is nuts. Going all the way to Game 5, getting that grudge match as well, only being supplied after years of TCS Esports League. And boy, oh boy, how does it keep on getting better, Jay?
You tell me, you're the analyst in this one. We had this written off from the word go. But Lausanne are getting strikes on the backboard. Stocky's got a relatively open net, but Mira gets back there in time. Arabella back down, Stocky to receive the chance. But Zafair blocks it off at the 60-second mark. Savage on the backboard, looking for his goal. He's beating the last man. He's got it in. And Lausanne have the lead.
Oh my days. 55 seconds until a possible major upset here. Edelweiss are being pushed to the limit. Can they turn this around? Can they dig deep and somehow find the ultimate play? Again, this is perfect practice for them going into the playoffs next week. But boy, are they getting pushed. Were they expecting this? Probably not. Were we expecting it? Hell no. But are we loving it? Hell yes.
The El Clasico of Swiss Rocket League. 30 seconds left. Iravella backboard in. Safix too far back to continue the play. He will keep it out of the midfield, however. The attack is on for Edelweiss, but time is pressured against them. Mirror off the backboard. Zafair and Polar. Polar completely misses his touch. Gets it to the corner. Tries to recover it. Almost forces the own goal, but Iravella turns it away. And Stocky now back into Mirror. Safix and Co up. Everyone misses, including Polar, including Mirror. Zafair's now the captain to do it all. Set it for time. Take us to the time. The El Clasico will not stop giving!
This is epic right now. What an end to league play. What a teaser for the playoffs. Golden goal winner is going to take all the pride between these two. Play on, lads.
Play on indeed to golden goal. Edelweiss and Lausanne. Next one to close league play, and Safix almost has it. Zafair blocks it off, takes it up for Safix. Mirror coming forward, shooting wide of the marker, and Iravella barely back in time to defend against it. Polar in the corner. Safix takes it off the sideboard, and Stocky involved at the midfield, denied by Mirror. Bumps in, Polar, chance available, and Zafair's got it! Lausanne have taken them the distance, but Edelweiss continue to reign supreme. One bump, one setup, one shot, one goal, and one more win for Edelweiss Esports.
And we couldn't have asked for a better series, a better game. Just so much praise for both of these two teams since the start. I remember Iravella back in season 1, Jay, and how much this lad has grown, how much Zafair and Mirror have grown. Polar with the introduction to the Swiss scene. But the battle keeps going on between the orgs. For some reason, this squad steps up. The Lausanne squad, no matter who is on that roster, just the name of Lausanne, going up against Vet Geneva, Edelweiss, they step on up. And it is absolutely crazy. But the craziest thing and the most, I don't know, it gets under your skin thing is going into that interview. I'm pretty sure we're going to get Zafair. And he's just going to smirk it on off with a cheeky little smile and just go, well, it was for the entertainment, wasn't it? Not letting it go under the skin, but oh, that's got to get under your skin if you're Edelweiss going into the playoffs next week for the first time in that position. Because again, since we've been doing this sort of format, this sort of bracket, Edelweiss have topped it and had a freeway into LAN. This is the first time they don't have that freebie. And I mean, it could be a little bit nervy. Who knows? All we know is that it's absolutely stacked this season.
Indeed it is, and Lausanne now set and ready for the relegation tournament. I think they have finally become a confident team, and it's time to be scared if you're a challenger side. Yes, Lausanne will be up for relegation, but they have shown that they can still fulfill the potential that we hope from them all season long. But for now, it's congratulations to Edelweiss for taking the final win of the league play. Zafair will be joining us in the commentary box after this short break. Do not go anywhere as we conclude league play of the TCS Esports League.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
The Fair, once again, goes the distance to show why he is one of Switzerland's best. A 5-game series in the El Clasico of TCS Esports League and Swiss Rocket League. You may have looked at first that you were going to get swept out by Lausanne, but coming back in 3 games, you take the series, even with a 0-second goal and an overtime. That could have been worthy of a grand finals, but in the last day of the TCS Esports League, it's you, Edelweiss, that come out on top. So Fair, like, I just got to ask, because for us in the commentary box, we were sitting there and looking at just such an intense and incredible display of Rocket League today. And I want to ask you about your impressions internally. Were you stressed? Were you excited? Like, what was the feeling inside the Edelweiss camp?
I mean, it was pretty exciting and interesting who's going to win the match. Even for us, we didn't really know. And then they scored a bit first. And we were like, oh, well, we're going to make it interesting then. And I don't know, I felt like I didn't have the greatest performances on the Dominus because I really popped off in the afternoon, but sadly couldn't show it in the evening anymore. So yeah, changed back to Octane and it works again. So wonders.
I even called that during the broadcast. Yeah, you're not allowed Dominus ever again in TCS. It's just a curse for you, unfortunately, buddy. But for you, like, I mean, you take a lot of pride within the Swiss scene. So, I mean, just as a fellow player, as a fellow competitor, it's got to feel good to see a team refine their form, doesn't it? To just have that competition, because as a player, you just find, like you said, it was exciting, it's good fun. So to see Lausanne back, like, that's got to be good for you to maybe scrim them in the next couple of weeks as preparation for LAN, right?
To be fair, it would that feeling actually didn't came up of like having a really good game, because they play really weird and we kind of we didn't really work well, I would say, and we had some disastrous plays, but they play really weird. Sometimes they go for a lot of demos, so I don't know, it was not that exciting to play against sometimes. So I don't know if we're gonna scrim them in the future or not.
Wouldn't advise that. For you guys, however, in the season, whilst that was an amazing match, it definitely proved why you guys are one of the best in Switzerland. Over the course of the season, however, you guys are not the team in the first place position. You have to play through the playoffs. And I think this is the first time since season 1 where you haven't been in the top of the table on league play. So I wanted to ask a little bit about season form and things going forward for you, and about like whether or not that little like mark on your record is going to concern you going forward for Edelweiss.
It was a bit of a laid back season, I would say. We're taking a bit more chill within the Edelweiss. But like now we're still gonna hunt for that top 1 spot. We didn't get through to the finals like straight away with the first seed, but I think we still should be able to get somewhere towards the end. So yeah, I think that's gonna be okay. Now we'll get some scrims in with Polar, and then we'll be challenging all of the other teams.
So now with it confirmed who you're going up against, slightly salty in that upper bracket of the playoffs, how are you feeling about that matchup? Because it's got to be said, slightly salty back during league play, were the team to take a game off you. So what's the thoughts going on in Edelweiss for that matchup next week?
I think we beat them in the SSL. Like, I think we can beat all the teams now with the new roster with Polar integrated into it. So it's not like, oh yes, they beat us in the season, so they're probably going to beat us again. It's like, yeah, we kind of messed up in the season. We know that we have to fix some things. We need to get the scrims in, and then we can really try to push forward and get that win.
Well, a win in the game and potentially a win in the tournament. You have already taken 5 of these trophies, and now looking towards the 6th, the pathway is laid out for you. So I want to ask, what's the plan from here? How are you going to get ready for the LAN? How are you going to get ready for the playoffs? And how are you going to get ready for that trophy?
Obviously, we're going to get many scrims, or quite some. Then we even can fly in Polar a bit beforehand, so we can get some scrims together with him being here. then we have a little location where you can try to get play together offline already. So I guess we're gonna be ready for the finals, I would say.
Already indeed, as you tend to normally be here, Zafar. I have to say that off the back of that series, it's definitely going to be series of the season, even trumping out the Coconutters match, which I'm shocked was even able to be trumped in that particular respect. But kudos to you guys for putting on a show, and of course, congratulations for the win. We'll see you back here for the playoffs, but then though, take care, mate. And again, big up on the win.
Thank you.
There it is, Bacon. What a hell of a way to end off the TCS Esports League. My voice is gone, but my spirit is high, in the words of Callum Shogun. But you know what? Like, man, what a day to end it. Like, really, like, some really, really good storylines coming in today. Some really, really interesting results. And, of course, that final matchup that, although that might have not meant anything in the grand scale of the league, you could tell it's all about players looking to win. And, well, I think they've all got their own individual victories today.
Yeah, even with, like, you know, nothing on the line there, it is a pride. It's all about being the best you can be within Rocket League, and especially within Switzerland. You got to think, for a lot of these players, they've sort of, I'm going to say grown up together, but you got to think TCS running now on our third year. So they've been playing against each other for so long, and you've always got that rivalry, and that rivalry is now going, you know, 30, 40, 50 players deep, it feels like, even with players that aren't currently playing this season, you know, coming back on through in the Challenger Cups, and it's always such fierce competition that it don't matter if a place isn't there. It's all about just being the best player, being the best team on the pitch, and that last match really showed that on through. And I think one big aspect to take away from this interview, and it was brushed over because it was, you know, off the back of your question, is just that Zafar saying about bringing Polaron in and scrimming on LAN early. Now, to me, I take that away and go, they know this is not going to be an easy LAN like previously, where they're able to sweep their way through in the upper bracket. They know there is massive threat in Switzerland now for them.
Indeed there is. Edelweiss will maybe showing signs of weakness, but still looking good at this one. So let's see whether they can continue to contest for that trophy. Of course, coming up in next week's action will be the playoffs. For now, though, I want to take a look at today and see how the results for the final match they have unfolded. We started off the day with what seems like a series that happened years ago now. My Insanity lost to Vision Gaming in a 3-0 sweep, auto-relegating MYI from the TCS Esports League. Sparks took on the Swiss Incredible Rebels, beat them out to avoid relegation and look towards the top 6 and will maintain their spot in the playoffs. Slightly Salty barely tipped one over against the Ira Legacy, but that 3-2 series left the doorway wide open for the Coconutters to claim their first spot by 3-0ing LetiX in their matchup. And of course, our series of the season, the El Clasico of Swiss Rocket League, Edelweiss and Lausanne absolutely bombing it out. It does say 2-2 on that. I can confirm for you it is 3-2 for Edelweiss. They took the victory. And as a result, our final table standings are as follows. Coconut is in first place. They have qualified for the TCS Esports League LAN as the top seed. Slightly Salty and Edelweiss have also done the same in second and third, but they will be playing against each other to decide who's going to be against Coconuts in the upper bracket and who's going to be taking on the likes of LetiX, Sparks, or Ira Legacy in the lower bracket, who are in 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively. 7th place goes to Sir Lausanne, also in 8th, thanks to losing that earlier best of 3. 9th, Vision Gaming. They'll be playing in the relegation playoffs in 2 weeks' time, and My Insanity will not get that chance. They've been auto-relegated from the season, Bacon.
That is right. And of course, like we said, it's all about that LAN at the finals. But before that, we've still got 2 more weeks of action, Jay. Coming up first is the Challenger Cup Promotion Relegation Tournament. That's done on one day in 2 different phases. And we've got so many matches there. It'll be 3 best of 3s and 3 best of 5s going up there. The Challenger Cup teams coming on through Ace Republic and Lambo 174, Candle and Last Minute Peeps will play, first of all, in a best of 3 single round robin tournament. The team winning that is auto promoted, goes straight on through to next season of the TCS Esports League. The remaining 3 after that, then as you can see on the right, will be facing off against Vision Gaming, Lausanne, and the Swiss Incredible Rebels via those seeds. And it's going to be an interesting one because Lausanne losing to Edelweiss there means they are the middle seed out of the 3. So whoever comes third in that promotion relegation tournament, I think has got the hardest matchup after today's showing, Jay.
I think so too, yeah. Lausanne look like a formation side, so whoever gets that third seed, beware. Be very, very aware. But of course, that's not the only playoff that we've got coming up for you. Of course, the main playoffs start next week's action, of course, where we'll see those 3 online games between Slightly Salty and Edelweiss, Sparks and Ira Legacy, and Letty X taking on the winner of that particular matchup, of course, with Coconut, as I mentioned before, already making their way to the LAN finals on the 12th of June. We are looking forward to those finals. I'm hoping to God it goes through. I'm hoping to God I can be there, COVID permitting and everything, because man, what we have been set up for off the back of this last match day, I'm really excited to see where it goes.
Definitely, and this weekend I'm going to be out at the Red Bull Arena in Lucerne for Red Bull Universe, so I'll be taking some pictures, maybe even giving some spoilers for what's coming on up, because it is going to be a closed event, Jay. There's the possibility it could be open, but I reckon it's going to be behind closed doors, you know, just keep it safe. And so this is going to be epic to be finally back in a studio on a LAN environment, which means so much for the players, to the point like Texo there, like we said, this is his first proper LAN. He had already been at Switzerland, but like this is the big one. In his own words, TCS, the biggest Swiss Rocket League tournament. And you know he's excited for it. You know, Safair's excited. Everyone's hyped. And it's only just under 3 weeks away. 2 weeks, 6 days. Incredibly close now, isn't it?
Yeah, man, like, I'm excited to get back on LAN. It's been well over a year since I've been out and about. Unfortunately, I won't be able to join you at Universe, which is a bit of an upsetting set of circumstances that have come up. But for the TCS Esports LAN, man, I want to be there. And I'm going to make every effort I can to be there, as will everybody else in the TCS Esports League. So we're looking forward to seeing you there. But for the time being, for today, for this week, that is all we have for you. The final match day, we hope it is entertaining. We hope it has fulfilled. It definitely has fulfilled for me, most certainly, I can guarantee you that. But until next week, until the main playoffs, we're going to have to bid you all adieu, and of course reminding you all to follow the socials at TCS Esports League, and of course twitch.tv/TCS Esports League, where the action will be unfolding live from next week's action. So we will be back with the playoffs, hopefully just as epic as this one. But until that point, though, I've been the Eternal J. My co-commentator has been Digital Bacon. On behalf of the production staff and Aaron's behind the scenes here at TCS Esports League, I want to thank you all so much for watching and listening, and I'll see you back here next week for the playoffs of the TCS Esports League.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you: Monday evening.